Yo, welcome in. Yeah, I'm not even going to bother with an intro. I'm not even going to make you sit on the loading screen. We're getting straight into this bad boy today by basically picking up where we left off, which was, for all intents and purposes, I need a better car, basically. Let's have a quick look. I haven't decided what I'm going to do. We're probably going to start with the endurance race of some description. Either way, we're looking at a long time for the majority of these, really. I guess. Hello, playing Persona 3 Portable once again. I am glad. I am promising at some point I will do a stream of a Persona game at some point. I promise. By the way, it's worth noting I have not checked to see how many laps the endurance races are beyond the Mistral 78, which is about 300 kilometers. I'm pretty sure. I could well be wrong. I'm trying to untangle my cable. But Special Stage Route 11 is on the cards. It is probably the longest. If it's not Mistral, it's this one that's the longest, I'm pretty sure. But we've got to get it done at some point because we do need the F1 car. Be nice to win it, I'll admit. No 78B7 787 787 7 and 8. Yeah, you get it. No sweaty Le Mans car here. We do have the Viper, the R390, and the Toyota GT1 though, so we may 50 laps. So this is again the Gran Turismo 1 endurance race, just in the new game. Someone went backwards. Oh, it was the Esperante, which is shit on its tyres. Our biggest rival is going to be that GT1, the R390. Now, the only reason I say that is because the Toyota is shit on its tyres, the Viper's good on its tyres, but it's not as quick. But that R390 is quick. I don't know how they've done the tyres for it. What I can tell you though is I need to put the turbo on this car, otherwise we are not winning this. There we go, 960 something horsepower. Now I did not bother changing the tyres because I think we can pull enough of a gap on the R390. I think. So here we go then. Here we go then. So obviously the R390 is in whatever position it's in. We are now leading. I'm hoping we can keep it that way. Oh hello, look at you sending it up inside. There's the GT1. Right, we do need to be careful with this R390. So this is only a 50 lap race, but with each lap being give or take 2 minutes long, this is going to take me a while. It'll be about 2 minutes. I haven't worked out the math. We might have to do a lot of the driving ourselves. I wish I could slightly harder compound top. I'm hoping that R390 chews for its tyres. Realistically, that is the best outcome we can hope for. God knows this car's only go about around 2 hours. That's what I figured. This is so bad. To think, right, that in a pre-release build of this game, like before they officially announced it, this race was initially meant to be 100 laps long. And then they thought, no, let's make it 50. I have no idea, by the way, how long that R390 is going to go on its tires. I know that Esperante will be shocking on them, and I know that Toyota GT1 is usually the first of these sort of cars to hit. The 787B is generally pretty good on its tyres. The R390 I know is good on its tyres. So I'm not concerned about the Esperante, and I'm not concerned about the Toyota GT1. It's the R390 on the most part that gives me the biggest worry. Which is why I've whacked the turbo back on this car, and it's now making a wonderful 960 something horsepower. Unfortunately, I'm not very good at driving this car all of a sudden, so prepare for some painful racing. Such a long lap, it's so unnecessarily padded. People. Oh. Cut. So, earlier in my Discord, earlier this week, I suggested the idea of what to play after this. And I was debating Need for Speed Most Wanted in 2005. Now, I think it could be a fun stream, playthrough, I think. No reason why it shouldn't be. But, yeah, it was something else floating around. Cut. Ooh. This car's got plenty of speed with the turbo. I must admit, I just don't know how many laps it can do before it has to hit. Oh boy. – 14 seconds ahead. That's nearly a pit stop. This track sucks. Like, I think this is the least enjoyable event in the game for me, just because of A, how long this track is, B, how stop-start it is. It's just. I get they tried, but. Like I said, there's a reason it has never come back. And no sponsorship there. Yeah, I think, yeah, it's just unnecessary. It's just unnecessary in places. Ideally, the more laps we can do without a pit stop, the better. But because this is such a slow track, at times, you might be able to get away with quite a conservative pit strategy. Now, the issue is that I don't know what the AI's pit strategy is going to look like. As long, realistically, as long as we pit after the R390, we should be okay. I have no idea what compound is either. I just had to put the turbo on this car. If I didn't put the turbo on this car, we would have had some serious problems. This car's got like the go, like I said, turbo. Got a nice big fat juicy turbo on it, but like. How many laps can we do? I hope we can do it not. We're coming up to lap someone already. By the way, I cannot remember what prize cars are for this. I'll have to check. I know one's a Lifty 002. I know that as a fact. Very slight fast ones. Yeah. I'll double check in a minute. What? So let me pull up the prize car list. Give me a second. I can't drive this car on this track. Right, prize car list. Hopefully, find it. Special stage route 11. So we have the ARTA NSX, the Camaro LM, or the MRS Autobacks Apex JGTC, or the Polyphony 002. So at the very least we're getting a race car. But I already have the ARTA. I can't remember if I have the Camaro. And I know I haven't got the Autobacks MR2. As the Esperante seems to have fitted in. Yeah, okay. Oh, there's the panels. So which car was in the pit? Oh, it'll be the Viper. Viper GTSR will be in the pit. Not the panels. The AI seem to be very, very good at putting it in a barrier. I can't lie. Oh. TSO 20 is 1 lap later. Oh, the car has no grip at the rear. Yeah, this car has no rear downforce. Look for R390 GT1's in the pit. So we're going about the same distance on the same tyres pretty much. We can go 1 lap longer, basically. Yeah, so we can go longer than the which means we should be playing on lap 9, lap 18, lap 27, lap 36 and lap 45. Unless we can eke another lap out the tyres. See if we can get 10 laps out the tyres. Oh, careful. on then. Let's have a look. Oh. 6 gig. So that AI is quite far there, fair bit behind us. Ooh. Oh, paying attention to where I was going. Oh, come on. I think 10 laps is a bit of a stretch on these tyres now, actually. I think we're doing about 9 laps is right. Oh. There we go. Oi, oi, oi. That's the corner we go. To the wall we go. AI don't seem to have good pathfinding in this event. Bon. Yeah, the AI don't seem to be very good at lapping this track on this event anyway. Oh yeah, yeah. So, about this race, I guess. Well, it'll be out the way, and 20 minutes at 11 laps at 20 minutes, right? So 33 laps will be in out. This might not take as long as I thought. This might actually be more like an hour and a half, maybe? Just over? Which still isn't great, but like... .6 seconds to the R390. Not great. But we are trying to keep it at distance. don't think he's pulling away from this really. Oh, hard to tell. Maybe a tad. There's not a lot. Nine point oh, so we do gain a lot of time down the straight. Oh, you got the racetrack above there. That's not cool. I mean, neat idea. Oh, double-sided panels board. Clever. Elf there. Looks like it's like, yeah. Shell here, Yokohama, Mitsubishi. Viper or Acre in the pit. Oh. Yeah, so I ain't got much to talk about. Chat's dead right now, so yeah, I'm gonna be here for a while, talking to myself or nothing going on, I guess. I'm also pretty beat. Why am I beat? I'm so tired. Happen. Woo, around the corner. Come on, let's have a look. 47.3. I'm already pushing. I don't feel the need to. Like, yeah, I'd like to get this race over and done. I'm in no rush, like. I'm pretty tired, though. My eyes are playing up. $28.7. Viper's probably going to be making the most stops out of any car in this race. So. Oh. Damn it. it falling off? 30.6 is behind. Where's it gaining all of its lap time? I don't know. Oh. Oh no, just wall ride around the hairpins. Save your tyres. The easy way. FIA seems to chill with that method. Whew. Get some traction. Cut. Ah! Oh, that stretched my jaw. Ow. Ah. Yeah, that one hurt a bit. Camera cut. Worth knowing the R390 is still yet to pay. Yeah. There we go. So that's pitting every 8 laps, we can pit every 9. Oh god. There we go. Oh. Lap? Oh, the extra. Ow! Bro, put us in the wall. Whew! Whoa! Wee! Bonk. Let's have a look. These streams, I can't lie, they are kind of tough to do. These streams are kind of tough to do when you're kind of not necessarily bored, like there's not much going on. You're trying to do endurance racing, you're trying to stay alert. And again, like, in a game like Gran Turismo 3, having something to do goes a long way. Actually take your mind off the monotony of lapping the same track over and over and over and over again. So, you know, it is what it is, like. Oh god. Please. Alright. Come on, panels. Whoa. Whoa. Let's see if the thingy would hit now. Pretty sure it's hard to go one more lap. Oh, maybe they do. Okay, guess we are doing 10 laps on this way. Oh. Oh, god damn it. I'm just riding the hairpins like. Bonk. Oh. Cut. Oh. And into the wall. Bomb. Woo, we put in. Looks like the tyres will go 10 laps then. Oh! Ay, ay, ay. Whee. Oh. In hindsight, do I think the turbo was necessary? No, but like it was nice to have that constant straight line speed over the AI. It just seems like the AI can't really lap the track, which is a bit of a shame, but not much we can do about it. Oh, Christ! Stop yawning. Oh. Whee. Let's see what that we can do. 53-1. Oh, cut. I'm 2 times to drive. Alright. Oh. Oh. Juicy one with it. Genuinely struggling to drive my eyes. I could almost conk out, like, legitimately. Nearly halfway through the race now. Oh. Oh. I'm trying to stay awake. It's tough. It's tough. It's tough without something to read or something to do, and I can't. I'm not sure we'll keep us occupied and stuff like this. Good. Oh. Oh. Nice. cheating if required. Woo! God damn it. I think I'll let the AI drive for a little while. So we're looking at about 45 minutes, 25 laps. So this way should take about an hour and a half. Whoa, we're halfway. Whoa! Trying not to fall off my chair. I don't know what I'm doing, honestly. Like my brain is like falling asleep because it's been so quiet on chat. I've had nothing like to occupy myself, and the AI is pretty bent on doing its best just for Stafford and rearranging the front end every time it goes into any sort of high speed, slow speed corner. Like my brain is so like I'm zoned out. My brain's zoned. I just saw that message and it just woke it up a little bit. Does something interesting happen? Look at this, everybody's together. Woo! Cut. Whee! Yeah, who needs to drive the track properly when you can just wall ride it because it's a special stage rule. So it's an exploitable track. I don't. It's just like so long. There we go. Panels there. There's a R390 somewhere. I think it's the only car now we haven't mapped. Based on that, let's just go ahead. Oh. Oh. What am I doing? XJ220, yeah. Just gonna splash my face with water or something. Oh! Whoa. Stretch a bit. Because I need to. If I don't, I'm not gonna stay awake for this race. Give me a sec, I'm gonna go stretch. I'll let the AI drive and it will spin it for a while. Let me go stretch and try and wake up because this is absolutely killing me. It's been nearly an hour and I'm feeling it. Right, give me a sec. That's helped. That's helped a lot. Ah. Oh, right. Take over in a moment. Actually, I'll do it now. YOLO! Round the wall! Let's go! Revitalised by water to the face. Car's definitely not doing it all that after this. It's got to pit this lap. Probably not a good sign. Honestly, we'll have to shall we try and extend it? Another lap? Car does not like this much horsepower. Like at all. Oh. Up. Corner. Oh. Let's do it. Woo. YOLO! Oh, that one well. Yeah, we're gonna have to use the walls to complete this lap because the rear left tyre right now. Yeah, so I was like, go to bed. I'm like, I don't wanna go to bed. I wanna finish this damn race. And then we'll finish the British GT Cup because we have to do that still. We've got one more race in there, we'll get straight to 220. Yeah, rear left is completely gone. You can tell by how much I'm having to count here with the car. Oh, no, I cannot tell you how much that water splash in the face is worth compared to what I was. If it happens again, I'll have to just go splash my face with water again, try and give me some more energy, wake me up a little bit. Didn't seem to like the shock of having cold water on your face, but I guess your face kind of isn't designed for that sort of thing. I had more water in my hand than I thought I made it like pop, so to speak. Oh boy. Whoa, stop. Easy car, easy. There we go. Woo! Straight into turn one. Hey Paulie, just out of curiosity, since you're here, and I know you're here, what would you say to a Need for Speed Most Wanted 05 playthrough? Let me know. You think it could be a good idea? Is it something we should pursue? And with my Underground 2 save on my 360, we should be able to start with like a Golf or something. Probably not. I keep forgetting what cars can you start with. There's the Bolt, Punto. Yeah, that's it. Well, there's an IS 300, I think. An IS 300, the Cabal, Punto. What else was it you could start with? I completely forgot what starting cars after that game. Around the corner, let's go. Oh, there we go. Is it cheating if you're wall riding? All I'm really trying to do is just make this race go a bit quicker. Kinda works, but like... Means after this we only have 2 more Enduros though. But the thing is that one of the Enduros we don't need a quick car. The only other one we need a quick car for is East Route, which with a bit of luck we can get the Polyphony 002 for that one from this event, I'm hoping, quietly. Look, for some of the championship, even though it's not the best F1 car, the Bliffer 002 will go a long way in helping us. I must admit. Just because it's so much quicker than everything else anyway, the only thing quicker is the 001. Which we will get at some point, I am sure. Because we'll have to complete the endurance races to get it. One of them is a minimum of 2 hours. The other one is effectively as long as you need it to be. But if we do it in the F1 car, it should sit at just over an hour and a half, like the actual F1 race in the 002, even with the added extra pit stop that we'd have to make. So, yeah, it's worth. Might be worth trying to win the biggest race I ever did. See. Yeah, I think that's how I kind of feel with, like, it's gonna sound awful, but with streams, if there's no one to talk to, or like there's nothing going on in the chat, you'll notice this in stream. But I stopped streaming after an hour because I'm so exhausted trying to make engaging. I need people to engage with to be engaging as a content creator. Now I know that sounds like, oh well, you just put out for it. But unfortunately for me, I live stream to communicate with people. I don't make YouTube to speak retrospectively, if that makes sense. I can't talk. If that makes sense. Like, if I set up a YouTube video and started talking about like what I was doing here, yeah, I could cut all the bits out that were boring, but like, I don't hide behind like this like energy or this like persona of being overly energetic and easily excitable. Like, you have to be on YouTube. I'm just me at the end of the day, and the reason why I stream is to talk to people like you guys who enjoy watching whatever it is we're doing. I have to. It's a two-way street. I can't engage with you if you don't engage with me, and that's why I'm very, and being on the autism spectrum as well, it can be quite difficult to kind of focus, especially like after a day at work, like I've had today, where I've had to go to work, and after yesterday, like yesterday I was wrecked yesterday after work. But like, I ultimately stream to talk to people like you guys. So I don't really do it more. I just do it more. I do gameplay in the background. It's cool to do something together, like playthrough, or something like that. It's cool to do playthroughs with each other and stuff, which I really rate. But all the same, I'm also kind of like. Oh no, it sounds, I think I keep telling myself I'm getting somewhere with Twitch, I'm getting somewhere. And most of the time I am, but what I've got to remember is that I ultimately still do this for fun. It's not a job. I'd like to make it a job. I'd like to have people to talk to on a daily basis to enjoy what I do. And you know, ultimately I'm a down to earth kind of person. If I'm not happy about something, I'll tell you I'm not happy about something. But just like, you know how I always say that I pride myself on these streams being on authentic platforms, like legitimate ways of playing. Like, I'm playing this on a PS2, not a PC. It's stuff like that that I think leak beat instant recognition. Hello Kue, how are you? Leak the mayonnaise. There you go, cover my feet in mayo. 100% win. Yeah, of course. How are you? Good to see you. Oh god. How have we done a 134.8 with wall riding? That's how much I'm not paying attention to my lap time. Oh. Oh. I'm glad this race is nearly over. It's such a bore fest. Yeet. Oh. Whee! Whee! Boom. Oh, look at that apex. That apex was sick! I actually legitimately nailed that corner. Like, more raids means more people. That's true, I guess. Like, we raided some community yesterday who did follow the channel, as you can see. Did drop a follow. So we'll have to see. I haven't actually looked at the current Twitch thing. Like, I haven't checked to see how many people are still following. That's me not paying attention. Thought I'd let the AI drive, I clearly hadn't. Currently sitting on 317 followers, so that is still like all the people that came from Mr. Master's stream. Yeah, Tuesday. Thank you again for the raid. They're all still following. So it is a win-win, but unfortunately with things like raids as well, with things like raids, people can follow and then immediately unfollow. It is a thing, and it happens a lot on Twitch because a lot of people follow. You know, like you may know it. I don't tend to follow people after I raid them, and that's solely because I will be the type of person to admit I'll probably never watch their content, as cool as they might be. And ultimately, things like streaming as well is all about networking. Now I can't imagine. That's the thing. People. Oh, I'm not paying attention when I'm driving. That's the thing. People do. People do unfollow pretty much straight away. Like, usually a good way of me being able to tell if someone has followed and then unfollowed. Because most of the time, if it's just a couple of followers in a stream, if they stay followed, I get an email from Twitch that says this person's followed. And that way I know it's stay, but also my tracker isn't a live tracker, it's quite a basic widget. It's not even on display. I've just realised I don't have it on the screen. Maybe it's a good thing. But I have like a follower tracker, and I have to keep updating it with an accurate number of people every so often, because people follow and then unfollow with the intent of getting the shout out. Like, oh, like you'll notice that a lot of people follow, get the shout out, and then unfollow. It's just like, oh, you just want a quick 5-second clout. Okay. Like, I'm not really all about that sort of thing on my streams. Like, if you're gonna follow me because you're interested in what I'm doing or me. I ideally, like, I've said to people, if you're not here for the games, you're here for me. And it's that personality. I stream because I want to engage with people, talk to people about something we can all get common ground on. Okay, I'll admit, me and, like, I think Kue, from what they've told me, I'm a very rare exception, because I did some crazy shit on stream when I was drunk. Because I did a drunk stream. I set off one shout out when you come back and get more shout out. Exactly! Why would you get a quick clout, right? Why would you get quick clout when you can constantly get it by just returning to that one person? Like, streamers like me, and I'm not saying this is applicable to every streamer, but if you have, like, say, I don't know, Ninja, like, Ninja gets, like, thousands and thousands and thousands of people watching, no matter what he's doing. But obviously when you're that big, you can't get like shout outs for like, you know, you can't shout out 20,000 people without having a good reason to, because everyone's trying to do the same thing, and it's usually people talking amongst themselves rather than about the game. And, you know, like if you have a massive following, it's a lot harder to read everyone's messages because there's so many messages coming through. It gets overwhelming. So I understand that, and then they start putting things in like subs and whatever, so that when something notable does happen, they get a direct shout out, and that's how they build their careers. But with small streamers like me, where you have maybe 2, 4, maybe 10 viewers tops on a good day, right? With people like me, by being with a small streamer, not only do you give the streamer someone to talk and bounce off, like you feel like you're building a... Like, I have a few people that follow my streams that are really good friends, and they sub to me because they don't have anything else to do with their subscriptions. It's people like that that make me keep going, because I'm just like... Ultimately, streaming always starts with a couple of your friends watching. And then hopefully you try to build it out into something where everyone's watching you. And obviously you can make a career out of it that way. But Kue basically has a point. Why would you settle for one shout out when you can get consistent shout outs by just going to that same person over and over and over? You know, I don't think I'm an impassioned streamer, because like I love streaming. I like streaming, but I can only do it when I've got someone to bounce off of. Like, you can imagine when I was first starting streaming, way back when, like on 2017, 18, I networked with a couple of people over time, and I grew it out slowly. Oh, hydrate. I don't know why I paused. AI, drive for a moment. There you go. So, but that's kind of it. That's kind of what I'm trying to say. Ultimately, small streamers rely on people to talk and bounce off of. Like, I have a couple of friends, or a couple of people, like, the one thing I'm not really a fan of is follow for follow communities, because that's not really gaining a community that will follow you back on provided you follow. That's not building a true community. A true community is what I do through natural growth. I don't really post it out on Twitter. I don't really post it out on Facebook, and as much as that would probably draw more traffic in, whether it actually successfully leads to people actually sticking around with someone my size just isn't worthwhile. But yeah, but there are communities out there, and I can name a couple. Like, oh, if you follow me, it's like, oh, you support us and we'll support you. And then they had like these pictures of them with like, oh, you've been raided with 20 viewers. But they're all in a community, they all follow the same people and stream with the same people. It's not genuine. Like, if you left that community, they would all go with it. They'd be like, nah, this guy's gone. I'm not interested. This guy I know has about 700 followers and maybe 10, 15 consistent viewers, but none of them are actually people that they found legitimate, or they have been bound by. They join the community and just like, yeah, here you go, here's another person, and it's pretty bad. Like, great, it's a great way to start networking, but it's not a true community. It's not a true community, and that's why I don't like really post stuff out on Twitter and Facebook saying, oh, I'm streaming. I probably could, and I could probably get something out of it if I did, but ultimately, like, people watch who they want to watch, and if you find someone streaming something you like Mr. Bass, right? I know yesterday we went and streamed Steffunzi, right? So, not streamed, raided. But Mr. Bass basically found my channel through a Gran Turismo 4 and was like, oh, we're going to raid someone. And found my channel streaming Gran Turismo 3. Now, like I said, I think one of my USPs is playing it on original hardware. I ain't emulating anything, it's not on a PC, it's all on official hardware. And this is stuff that I've built up years, like years of building up through my childhood and whatever. And all I want to do is just share it with like-minded people or people who enjoy talking to me. Like I said, like you also, Kure can vouch, right? Like Kure found me by complete chance. I would have thought. I don't think there was anything in particular that kind of drew them to me, but I was one of the very, very few channels that wasn't in their like usual repertoire of like content. And they've stuck around and followed me, and it's stuff like that that I appreciate, and it's because, like, at the end of the day, I'd like to think ultimately it's not really because I play racing kit, it's because I can ramble and do stupid shit on stream. Like, that's like... See what I mean? But even then, like, I remember when Kue joined my Crash Bandicoot stream, and I did, what was it? I did a shot of vinegar... What was it? Ketchup? No, what was it? Like ketchup and vodka and whatever it was I did on stream. You can find it on YouTube somewhere. I like lick toilet paper on it. It's just stuff like that. It's just really memorable, stupid shit that sometimes get you noticed. But like, I always see these people on like Kotaku and IGN or whatever. With all these, I'm just like, who the fuck is this person? I've never heard of them in my life. And then once they've got that one news article, they've blown up, and I'm just like, how? Like, what would someone like? All it really takes is someone to report it to a news article and go, oh yeah, this person did this. But it feels wrong if you did it yourself. It's just like, what would you do? And you know. I just like natural growth because people that way genuinely stick around either for you or the content you're doing. And I know I'm driving like ass, but I don't care. Like, I'm talking. I've actually got something to talk about. Do you know how much easier that makes streaming? Especially with shit like this where you're constantly driving in a circle for an hour and a bit. You get what I mean? Like, bitch. Ow. Yeah, this AI is. Go get that. But like, yeah, you get what I mean. I'm just not a fan of like falsely grown communities. I like watching streams, like, yeah, that's fine. Like, even just like, you don't even have to say anything. I don't play many racing games, but I still come back to see if you're winning. Yeah, and you know, like I'm a very, 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 like, in terms of, like, content, right, yeah, I could play Rocket League, yeah, I could play Fortnite, I could play Call of Duty, I could play all these massive games that get, like, thousands upon thousands of views, and I've tried it, and I've had maybe one or two people drop by that are 100% not interested in the stream with a chat, and then left. They've not done anything, they've not followed, they've said hi. Yeah, but you can't deny the amount of viewers Fortnite pulls in when someone streams it, especially if it's someone big. Like, even speedrun streamers, like, that sort of thing as well. I just stream for the fun of streaming, even though I don't do anything in particular. Like, I just stream anything and everything. Like, can you imagine if I said to someone, yeah, I stream on authentic hardware, here's a PS3 with a PS1 emulator inside it, running an official copy of Castlevania Symphony? What would someone say to that if they knew what, like, my gaming isn't always retro, I admit, but half of this shit's my childhood. Like Gran Turismo 3 I grew up with all my life, and I've played through it numerous times, and this is the first time I think I've ever gone on a stream series and gone, I'm going to play this game on stream and play through all of it and sit through even the most tedious, boring, bullshit, frustrating races, because Kid Me never finished it. Kid Me just remembers driving certain cars in arcade mode and being pretty happy. I wasn't as serious, like, I didn't care. like what I was driving, or Kid Me had a really bad habit of rage quitting when I wasn't winning though. I'm an adult now, I'm 25, not 5. So I like to think that with a level of degree here, like Gran Turismo 4 is easily the one I remember playing most because it was the one that I had as a kid and I was 7 at the time. This game came out when I was, what, 4? I probably never played this shit in my life. I rage quit. If you didn't see part 23 of this series, I rage quit and re-recorded everything in a non-commentated video and uploaded that to YouTube because I explained on stream that because I lost one race, I'm going to redo the entire stream. I was that level of bad. I still kind of am at times, but if I go into something knowing I'm not the best, excuse me, I'm about to sneeze. Right. Even if I go into something no, I'm not the best, I tend to enjoy myself more. But in a game like this where it's just AI and it's just a bot that's cheating because they're fucking cunts, then you know, thank you. I'm more likely to just be like, nah, that's BS. And then like, you know, it's just small stuff like that. And I have everything set up, like my PS3. I brought my PS3 into my living room from my bedroom just so I could set it up to stream some PS1 games for a stream. It'll probably end up being a Gran Turismo 1 playthrough, and I've still got to do this fucking race again! I've got to do it on that as well, because it's in that game. It's a slightly different track variant, but I've got to do it with less pixels, less music, and shitter cars! Like, this car isn't in Gran Turismo 1. Pepsi, oh god. If I ever find a Japanese copy, well, it released only in Japan. But if I get a copy of Pepsi Man, that would be lit. I can't lie. Literally, like, imagine like getting steamrolled by a can of Pepsi, because that's what can happen. It's such a go. It's like it's a trip, dude. Pepsi Man is 100% a trip. And do what? Speaking of Japan, I bought a movie today on Blu-ray after work, so I was like, I'm treating myself after everything I looked for on Wednesday. So Wednesday, if you don't know why I was so stressed Wednesday, and I didn't mention it in my Discord about it, but Wednesday I had to deal with an attempted theft at work. So what happened was this dude came in wanting to see like 14 Pro Max that we had for sale, and it's like £13 phone for about, give or take, $1,700, right? $1,700 to about $1,900 for you Americans, or about the same in Euro. So let's call it about $1,750 Euro, whatever, right? So it's an expensive phone. It's 14 Pro Max. And this dude just like walks up to the counter or asks to see it, and I was like, we can't demo the phone because we're not allowed to, right? I had no idea. I don't know if this guy was involved in like one of our things that we have at work. Basically, I was like, okay, this is the phone. It turns on, and I put it. And he was like, okay, I'll pay for it. Got his card out, and I started boxing it up, getting it ready for him as I usually would. It was my fault for where I left the phone, but it also wasn't my, like, it's not my fault that they did what they did, but if I didn't put the phone where I did, it wouldn't have happened. Basically, I go to get the card machine, the guy puts his hand over the counter very, very quickly and tries to steal the phone. Now, I don't know how, but I instinctively reacted to it. And I got my hand on the phone fast enough that he didn't walk off with it. It was still in the box, he didn't get the phone, it's still at work. And then this dude like puts his hands behind his back, you know, like proper formal style. You know when you stand up and you put your hands behind your back. And just started walking out the store like nothing happened, even though we had like 5 people witness him trying to steal the phone. And I'm just like, that's unbelievable. Secondly, where's the manager? yeah, I was pretty shaken up after the fact. Because obviously I've been working there nearly 20 months, right? I've been working at my workplace for about 20 months. And this dude, like, it's the first time I've had to deal with something like, I've had customers ask me if I'm socially inept. I've had customers ask, like, say that I am a terrible person, right? I've had all that, but it's the first time I've actually had a genuine threat, like, stop loss, basically. It's the first time that I've genuinely had to deal with a thief, because it's never really happened in our store. Our store is usually very, very good. I was pretty shaken up, and like for the last hour of work, I was talking to the police and my manager and everyone like that, trying to gather myself after the fact that, you know, I've just had to stop a phone call. And I was like, yeah, that happened. So I got sent home early on Wednesday. I went into work later today. I only did a 6-hour shift. I was meant to do a 9. But like that happened at work on Wednesday, and I've just I've shaken it off now. It'll probably be back to normal on Friday, so there's no transfers or anything to do, so I don't have to do all that. But yeah, I dealt with that on Wednesday, and I was pretty shook. Like, I was woke. 6, but instead 9. Yeah, I know. Yeah. But basically, if you're wondering, I'm fine. I didn't really get hurt. I had a bit of a sore hand, but that was because I slapped my hand down on the phone box, right? So I slapped my hand down so it didn't take off. But that was fun, and that's how my Wednesday was spent. And the Wednesday, I just chilled out. I just did all I could to chill out. I had a takeaway, played some games, and went to bed early. Thank you. Yeah. Like, if the dude had a knife or something, I would not have. I don't think. Like, he could have well have had a knife, but I know that, like, about 20 minutes later, the security team radio in, and it's like, yeah, we've got a dude that's trying to steal a jumper from Primark. Like, which is like it's like a budget clothing store over here, basically. And a lot of us kind of assumed it was the same guy trying to change his jacket so that he didn't get caught with like a visual description, but unfortunately for him, we had police and CCTV. So I think they've got him, but I can't be sure for definite. But yeah, that was a very interesting Wednesday, and one I don't hope I have to compete against soon. But everyone's on high alert at work now, and I'm not surprised. So, but that's why you bring your own change of clothes. Like, yeah, you could have done that, but the dude was already. I think the dude was already clocked. Like, I'm very good with visual descriptions. I'm very, very good with descriptions of people. I'm very good at remembering what they're wearing, but unfortunately in the heat at the moment I didn't really clock this guy's appearance. I knew he had a navy cap. I knew he had a navy cap and a black jacket, but I didn't clock that it had like it was a NASA jacket or anything like that. I forgot, I didn't clock that at the time. And then obviously police get involved, they pull someone over in the car, and we thought it was the dude in the car, but it wasn't the same dude. So we had to apologise to that chap this morning because he literally lives right down the road from where we work. So we apologise. I think that's all been cleared up. I'm pretty sure, but yeah. So that's what happened on the Wednesday, and yeah, I don't think it could have got much worse. Yes, it did. At the end of the day. Cool. Car, come on. Stop it. Tyres, stop it. Stop it. Car, please stop sliding, thank you. Like, I'll probably laugh about it in the future, but on the day it was scary. Because, like, I had, like, my life flashing before my eyes, so I was like, Shit, this man's about to make up for the boat. It wasn't even like he tried to subtly hide the fact he was going to steal it. Like, he full on went quick over the counter. But did you tweet it for the shop? But did you tweet it for shop free? I didn't. It's not something I really talk about. But I did put a post in our work Discord, and I was just like, I'm fine. If anyone's wondering, everyone's like, wait, what the hell happened? And I had to explain it. But yeah, generally it's fine. Like, yeah, I'm okay. Phone's okay. Work was fine today. Business as usual, pretty sure. As we finally done this race, these tyres are fucked. But I cannot be fucked with this race. So yeah, we finally won this race. We beat all these bullshit AI. iPhone 14 Pro Max. It's a 14 Pro Max. Yeah! We got it! We got the F1 car! Let's go! Oh! Oh god, we won it! We finally won one! It's not the best one, but it will do for what we need it to do. It will do for what we need it to do. We finally won the F1 car on stream. Let's fucking go. That race! But man, you really scared. What? With the way I cheered really, really loudly? I'm so sorry. But we won it at the very least. I finally got a good car. Oh, I'm so sorry, but we finally won one of them. We finally have that one car that we can use now to really mince the rest of this game. Oh, look at it. It's beautiful. Look at this beautiful boy we have in our midst. At least it weighs less than the Spoon Civic. Still undefeated as well. I'm saving my game right here. Saving that boy. We have that F1 car permanently now. Let's flip and go. Do what we're going to do now. We're going to give it an oil change. So it's got more horsepower. More horsepower. I don't know how much it will have now. It's like 850, I think. 829. It's not much more, but it's something. Where did I leave it? Where did I leave mine? We're gonna pick up this car because I fancy doing that. Right, we're gonna finish off the British GT Championship and get that prize car because we didn't finish one at all. No, trial mountain entry. So yeah, we're gonna go finish this race up, championship, and then we'll start using the F1 car. I can't believe it's taken 31 parts to get the F1 car. Oh, that special stage Route 11 race, as much as I was falling asleep through it, was 100% worth it. Right, let's. Only 10 laps, so it's fine. It's only 10 laps. Just nice to be out of that orange. I no longer have to drive that orange boy. I have a car that's competitive to beat everything now. With the exception of the Formula GT World Championship, because it ain't winning that. Like, never in a million years is it winning that. Look at that limey boy behind us. It's bright green, mate. I'm BRB. Got you, Kue. I got you. Oh. Yeah, I like this car. It's a very interesting little machine. It used to be the number 41, but they changed it in Gran Turismo 4 to the number 4, unsurprisingly. Same with the 4 GT race car, actually. It's always number 4 in that game. I don't know why. I guess it was the cover car, so I guess that makes sense. Imagine if this was the cover car for a Gran Turismo game. Oh, imagine if this was the Gran Turismo 7. Like, imagine how good this would be as like a Group 2 car or something. It'd be really cool. I wish Gran Turismo added more concept. I like Gran Turismo adding concept cars. They are genuinely interesting. But like, at least the AI is going to be able to drive this track better than me on Route 11. If I need it to. I'm not looking for it right now. So. Oh. Around the corner. There we go. Running wide on the curb. And then over the hill. I think it's just the fact that this car was so elusive on this game. It was so hard to win. You can only win it in a specific set of circumstances. Is why I love this car. I always saw it and I thought it was so cool. But to win it, there's only one championship you can legitimately win it in, and it's the same with the a couple of other cars actually. Crest, 2 wheels, a bit of sliding, into the corner, here we go. By the way, I might start saying something, well I'm not saying something, but like if anyone wanted to see a certain car get hot lapped around the complex string time attack challenge that we have going on with the AI, seeing how fast it can map the track. If you want to see something specific, always drop an information if you really wanted to. It supports me and you get to see something stupid, which is an AI driving a car around complex string in whatever buggered manner it does. Just saying, of course. Like, you don't have to if you don't want to. I'm not too fussed by things like I ultimately don't do this for a career enough right now, but it helps. Like I've always said this on stream, but anything I earn through donations and subs goes back into the stream. My next goal, honestly, is probably a camera for the stream, because this one's only a 30 FPS. Is it 720p 30 FPS camera? Believe it or not. So I think a better camera, especially for like the. If I quickly show you, I'll let the AI drive in a minute. But if I have the intermission screen, I don't look so laggy, so to speak. It's only 30 FPS, so if I go super quick, it can't keep up. It's great. But like, it would be nice to have a 60 FPS camera slightly higher, because this does only 960, which is so fucking arbitrary. It's just like, what do you mean you can only do 960p? I might as well run it in 720 at that point. So I do, because it scales better. Um, but like I'm also maybe looking at like emotes, maybe a bit of a channel refresh, I guess. But like refreshing stream packages and stuff is so expensive now. Like for me, like this package I have here with like all my screens and stuff, I paid £10 for that at the time because it's all I could afford. But I'd like to get something like more me, like an actual logo that just isn't my name in text. A little bit of a better like camera border, like maybe a small stream border for this thing. You know, that sort of thing basically. Almost like in a way, if you wanted like let's say you had borders on a game like this and you had to hide it, you could have the borders so you only show what's in the screen, but it doesn't take up the whole thing. But that would probably involve some transparency or whatever. But something like that would be nice, just to. I mean, of course, full footage streams are great, but I try to have everything pretty minimal as it is. I also realised I do not have this on. Like there you go, it's there, and it's also wrong. But like, what are you gonna do? Sue me. I have my follower goal there, and it's not even like a follower goal. I just have it there because it's nice. Like, it helps me keep track of things, but I have to keep manually updating. Like, I said I have 317 followers right now, that's at 380. That's because when someone unfollows, that doesn't update. I can't be bothered to find a method to make it work. I also need to fix Moobot. Moobot's, yeah, I should probably fix Moobot at some point. So next lap, we are most definitely going to have to pit in this car because the tyres are going on it pretty quickly, can't lie. Woo! But after we pit, this car will go to the end pretty comfortably. We've got a good enough lead over the Elise in second. But at some point we are going to have to buy an Elise for the Elise Cup. Now, I'm not sure if I want to go for the Motorsport Elise or if I want to go for the Elise 190, but either way, the car does not drive particularly well. And it's the same with the Tuscan Cup and the Clio Cup. Now, the Clio Cup is itself its own kettle of fish. We're going to have to buy it and upgrade it for sure. But I don't know what tyre compound the AI runs. It's really, really hard to tell. But we do have those events coming up at some point in this playthrough, and they're probably going to be some of the hard ones. They're all basically one-make races. So you know, we'll have to figure that bit out of the playthrough when we get there. But we still have a lot of professional events left to run. Imagine, right, if we complete the endurance before the professional. That's how tedious a professional league actually is at times. Like, even though the championships aren't too long or whatever, like, it's, you know, it's a thought. Oh. Oh. There we go. Come on, car, you can do it. We've left the Elise for dead. I'm sure the AI will be able to maintain that gap. Now it's on fresh rubber. Very talented AI. Oh, my hands are a bit sore from crew 11. I'm trying not to screw up my thumbs. Because this game, believe it or not, takes quite a while to play through. If you haven't already guessed it. But we have nearly completed the endurance section, so maybe we'll try and smash out one of them every part until it's done. Get the F1 car properly, and then start really milking out some of these championships with the F1 car, because nothing else is going to come close to it in terms of performance, right? Like the F1 car will monster, and even in the like AI running their silly extra horse, because it just weighs like half weight, it can accelerate quicker than all those. And it should theoretically run away, and because it's so much quicker, it should also reduce the event times by a good few minutes each time. So that'll be nice. It's just the F1 GT Championship, which will probably be, in all honesty, guys, the last championship we do because of how long it is. Like that championship is extraordinarily long. Like the races are about half an hour. So, yeah, I think we've basically got a plan in place now for the rest of this playthrough. Now that we've got the 002 at the very least, we can easily smash out the Mistral 78 lap endurance race. Sorry. So now that we've got that out, now we've got that car, we can actually smash out that event, and it will be a lot quicker because I'm not having to rely on some bollocks fucking 787B with a turbo to complete it. But yeah, the F1 car will be properly useful, I think. It only took us like the majority of the playthrough to get it. Now it can't complete everything. We do have to go and get a couple of cars, like I said, like the Clio Cup and the Elise Cup, and whatever else we've got. The Tuscan Cup, Boxer Spirit, it won't qualify for. But yeah, we have those options open to, like the JGTC Championship. That should be a breeze now. We've got the F1 car. It's just stuff like that. Just small little changes that make it a bit easier to complete. So it'll be quicker, easier, a bit less tedious, and I have more minutes because I can run more races, hopefully, maybe an extra race on stream. So it's a good looking plan so far. That's ultimately all it is. It's a plan. Nothing on stream ever goes to plan. It's just a vague outline of this is what we've got to do. So I'll have a quick drink because my throat's getting a bit dry. Oh. Ay, ay, ay. Oh. Oh, careful. Give me a sec. Oh. Bit of a stretch. Ow. Before you ask, if I do a Most Wanted playthrough, the version we'll be playing is the Xbox 360 version, obviously, it's the best one. But I do have it on PS2, and there are a couple of differences, but not many. But I don't. I'll have to check. I wanna check something quickly. Give me 1 second. I wanna quickly check something. Let's have a look. Only a couple. Well, we won the race at least, which is nice. God damn it. God damn it. I'm gonna see, because if it is, I might try something. Because I don't want to buy it, because it's AI couldn't handle the neutrals. Yeah, pretty much. Oh, here we go. I imagine it's not because of the car branding. Shit. No. So what I was gonna, how much does it cost? It's like 50 quid. Like, I was checking to see if the NTSC version of Most Wanted could be played on a PAL 360, because that's what I have. The answer is no, it can't. And I imagine that's due to the fact that Honda, if it's even in the game, I don't remember, is called Acura. Or whatever it is. There are a couple of name change differences between the PAL and the the PAL and the American region of game. It's like this one, how they have Opel only, but we have Vauxhall on ours. So we've got a few of these championships left. Obviously, we'll complete this one when we get the. But like, let me see if I can find an eBay listing of it. Because the thing is, right. The problem with it is that the 360 version of the game is considered widely the best. But the problem is no, it's not. But I want to show you something. Right, because I've got them here already, I'll show you. What I need to do is fucking find them. Let me quickly jump over my sofa and I'll show you what I mean. Because there was something the American version of 360 got that the UK didn't, but we did get, just not in the same way. Give me a sec. It's probably down here somewhere, and I've got to find it. Oh, where is it? I've got to move a load of shit now to see if I can find it. So it's not here. Probably means it's. There's too many bloody boxes here. What the fuck am I doing? Oh, shit. I'm gonna need my phone. I can't see shit. It's too dark down here. Give me a sec. Oh, is it down here? Right. I can see one. But that's not what I'm looking for. Well, it's partially what I'm looking for, but it's not what I'm looking for. Did I have it up here? Had a hilariously long name. I can tell you that for nothing. There it is. So I was right. It was on here. Right. And then the last one is here. Okay, so I finally found what I was looking for. Right, so there were two versions of Need for Speed Most Wanted launched at the time, beyond all the billion different regions that the game and platforms it came out on, because it came out on the PS2, the Xbox, the GameCube, the 360, the PC, and a couple of others. So I have here the Xbox 360 Classics version. I don't even know if it has. It does have the manual, so of course it's complete. So I have the 360 Classics version here. So this is widely regarded the best version of the game to play, which is the one we will be doing on stream, right? So, you heard me mention, I mentioned the PS2 copy. Now, the PS2 copy is here. Do you know what? Let's put it in intermission so I can show you better. Sorry, because my camera's shite. So there's the 360 copy, as I mentioned. This is the best one. We got, everywhere got this one. Obviously, it was called like Platinum Hits or whatever in the US. And then there was the PS2 version, which we got over here. Now, this one is the one that probably sold the best over here, which is why the 360 version is nearly 40 quid over here. But they also released this, which was the black edition of the same game. Now, the USA got this as well as we did, but the UK, or rather PAL region, only got it on PS2. We never got the 360 version of the black edition. So guess what the USA got? Let me see if I can find it. See if I can find a decent photo of it. It rarely comes up for sale now. Well, they got it on the original Xbox at the very least, which I don't think we did. But we definitely only got it on PS2 over here. 100% only got it on PS2 over here. Maybe they didn't do it on the 360 version. Most likely. Maybe I misremembered. But I do know. See if I can find a. I don't think it ever released on Xbox over here. Not in the PAL region, anyway. But I'm pretty sure the Americans got an Xbox copy, even if it wasn't explicitly the 360 version. But I'm 100% positive the American. Yeah, I think I was right. So maybe that might be the best, but you can't play it backwards compatible on. And the funny thing is, it didn't sell that well on the Xbox, which is why it's so expensive. If you're wondering, let's load up an eBay listing for it, just for shits and gigs. Yeah, there you go. It's $200 for the same game on Xbox, but you can only get it in the US. You can't get it in the UK. There's a history lesson for you all, I guess. We only ever got the PS2 version, which I have here, but the best version of the game is also this one, which is also going for silly money nowadays. So I'm glad I got this when I did. I think I picked it up for about 20 quid. It's not worth 40. Not cheap. And also, not only that, this case feels unbelievably light, but it's like, there's a manual. It's not even Not even that deep. It's not even that deep. Like, I'm pretty sure somewhere. I'm bad at history if we're having a quiz. We're not having a quiz. It's fine. It just tells you all the basics. Like, what do the menus do? They don't do games like they used to, do they? But yeah. Small history lesson. Let me quickly go put these back. But yes, if I was to do a 360, well, not a 3, a Most Wanted 05 playthrough, it would be on the 360. Even though the PS2 version has more content, the more you know, I guess. Actually, speaking of, I'll make you laugh. I also own a PS2 copy of the Need for Speed Carbon's Collector's Edition, but I'm trying to get a 360 one because we got that one over here. Unlike Most Wanted, which we never got on Xbox in the States. But I guess Xbox plus United States equal bigger market. The UK was definitely more PS2 or GameCube at the time. But even then, we only got it on one platform. So EA screwed us for all intents and purposes. We didn't look at our prize car. We won the Aston Martin Vanquish, which we already have from an earlier part of the playthrough. It's in Malum White. Very boxy, boaty, shitty car, but here's the other Vanquish we won, which was in Derwent Green, which we get for the license test in International A. Who would have thought? I don't even know what colours you can buy that car in. I know you can't buy it, but I know you can view the colours, I'm pretty sure. There it is, Vanquish. Malum White, there you go, it's a standard colour. So I'm assuming you can either win it in Malum White, Sutherland Silver, Sutherland Red, Braemar Blue, Grasmere Blue, Derwent Green or British Racing Green. They didn't even give you the good colour for the prize card in the license test. Come on, game. Don't do that to me. Anyway, we can't buy the car again, so I'm happy to save my game with it in a different colour. So there we go. We have now sold the... Not sold. Wait, did I save it into slot 2 or did I overwrite slot 1? No, it's in slot 2. Perfect. Right, let us get our F1 boy and give this a quick spin because we have not done that yet. We've changed into it, but we haven't driven it. So, as I mentioned, we have 2 endurance races left, but we're probably not going to do any more today. I'm going to... Can I use this? It's technically a roadster. Oh, you're being like that, aren't you, game? Okay. Okay, game, I see you, you little shite. So we can't use it in that. We can't use it in that. We could use it in that. Can't. We can. Can't. That sums up how many events we can actually do in this car. It's not a lot, but they're all long ones, so I guess it's okay to a degree. We also use it in that, but, you know, this championship's long. They're all like 10, 15 lap races. And there's a racer test course, which I refuse to do now, because that track is a pain. There's another one here at test course, which I also cannot be bothered to do. Dream Car Championship, I'm pretty sure. Oh, it's the first fucking race, of course it is. What else would it be? So we have 3 races at test course, which this car does not do the highest top speed on. Oh boy. What cars have we got? There's a Subaru Impreza, an FTO. What is that yellow car? I can't tell. It's something. Oh, it's the ZZ2. Okay. Got a Honda. We got an S2000, an Altez. Okay. We should theoretically be able to win this with the F1 car. We could win that with the F1 car. We just have to extend the gears a little bit for test course and then drop it back. I guess we can make a start. And then we'll pick it up on the next stream whenever we do this game again. We're gonna need to do it at some point. There's a special stage Route 11 reverse there, and Côte d'Azur. 7 races though, so test course is usually quite a long race because of how long the track is. Oh, do we? Do we not? Do we or do we not? I don't know. Fuck it. My dream car probably isn't. No, it's probably not, to be honest. Fuck it. YOLO! Our progress is saved. I wouldn't have to do too much more after this, but we have to extend the gears in this car a little bit so that we can basically stop topping out. There we go. We've got basically the exact same cars, but with no compressor. Settings. We only need to change it for... just this race, really. So it was at 38. We'll set it to 43. Bear in mind that we shouldn't have to pit this race because the tyres will be on and over. Look at it go! That's it. We've got 15 laps of this now, I guess. IndyCar. Mart! How are you? Yeah. I told you it's an F1 car, but obviously I've got the top speed set a bit higher so that I don't have to worry about it topping out, and if we do need to overtake them, we can just zoom past them. But we got 15 laps of driving in circles, hopefully without having to... The tyres will be a bit of a concern, but not for this race. We can basically get away with not pitting because it's... yeah, it's an oval. Tyres are not a concern. Exam results kind of... Why? What happened? You did well in Russian and English. I swear you did. So what's gone wrong? We're about 5 seconds ahead of the FTO. I'm not going to bother. The AI is smoother at driving than I am. Like, I would wear the tyres out quicker, to be honest. So, but we'll just have to take over when the tyres are getting a bit worn and shove the AI in the exams do suck. They do. As someone that took them, but they're important. They're important, but they suck. For like a kid and you're not really big on school, or you didn't like school that much, exams are the worst. Because they set you up for the rest of your life pretty much. Or at least that's what they tell you. It's a bit outdated now, but you can pretty much teach yourself anything if you know what you're doing. Got basic budget IndyCar, we're looking at 2-minute laps, this is a half-hour race. Fucking insane. But this car will make it blow by. Already catching us, are they? At least this car's a lot more pleasant to listen to and just how you reads. Shall we ride on board? Smacks out speedo, look. That's pretty fun. Like, you could probably make this like a... If you took off all the HUD and shit, you could probably make this like one of them YouTube video things where it's just like driving around in a circle down a road. You could, if you could remove all the HUD and just do that, it probably would work as that, wouldn't it? Just driving along the road at the speed of whatever. Speed of IndyCar. One car's already dropped out that backpack already. Country roads, take me home to the place I belong. If someone puts the next line in the chat, I'll be happy. You all know what it is. You all know what it is, so just do it. Just do it. If you wanna. Already feeling like Andretti. What, running away at the front in a car that is probably a bit overpowered for this championship? Yeah, just a bit. I mean, like, it's a professional league event, so I don't feel bad about it at all. Because the game is unbelievably cheating. This race will take about 25 minutes if I had to guess. But this car is not really going to go any quicker, I can't lie. Like I said, I only extended the gears as much as I did so it didn't top out, so it could always keep climbing speed if it needed it, but I think I was overthinking it. It's not the GT1 and it's not the R390, so I guess it wasn't necessary. The Mazda's got really short gears, it tops out quite easily, but the Toyota GT1 can easily do 400 Ks easily. I already saw that with the Like the Wind event and the actually I say that. I'll never forget that Like the Wind event that we did very early on in this playthrough. I'll never forget that Viper doing 410 Ks. Yeah, that's true, but the professional league is generally quite tough anyway because it has a lot of restrictions. The earlier leagues don't, which I get, but also like the AI aren't particularly difficult because they're all quite easy cars. But professional, it's brutal because it's either a one make series or like drivetrain or whatever. Like this couldn't run in the NA, but the 001 could, but that one can't run in the turbo and this one can. But this is also an MR, so you can't do the FF Championship or the FR or the 4-wheel drive championship because it's not eligible for them. It can't do the Tuscan Championship, it can't do the Bits Cup, it can't do the... It sounds like a blender. It does a little bit. There's a lot of championships this can't enter. But it's unbelievably useful when you can. Don't get me started about how... By the way, we did win this. We didn't buy it. We won it. But, like, we won it on the stream today, just before you arrived. About, I don't know, about 30 minutes ago, I think. But this is the first race we ran it. Because we went to finish off the British GT Car Cup, which has no restrictions, funnily enough. But obviously, if I could pick a different car, I would. I'd pick the 001 because it's slightly quicker. But I do think this one sounds better. I think this one sounds better than the F1 car. It's easier on the ears. And it's a slong boy. It's a slong boy with a V6, so I can't be mad. But it's not as useful a car in the professional league as you think it is. Well, with the events we had left anyway, like the Turbo Cup it could have done. It can't do Boxer, which was still worth it. It can't do Spider and Roadster, even though it has no roof. It can't go in there, because that's locked to certain cars. FF it can't do, because the cheaty fucking Spoon Civic, oh my god, that Spoon Civic. That Spoon Civic weighs less than like 95% of the cars in the game. It's unbelievably light, it just has no power. The Clio Cup we've got to do anyway at some point. Funny enough, the prize car for that isn't a Clio. I'll let you try and guess what it is. It's not a Clio for the Clio Cup. The TBR Tuscan Championship gives you a TBR that isn't the Tuscan, so one of two cars, because there's only 3 in the game. The Elise Cup, I'm pretty sure, just gives you a Lotus Elise. I'm pretty positive. I can't remember what the championship prize cars are for this event, actually. What, like, this is really, so, for the Dream Car Championship, right? Oh! Oh, shit, okay. So, we have one of 4 cars that we could win. We already have one of them though, which is the Panos Esperante GTR1. We have that car already, but everything else we do not own. We have the Toyota GT1 road car, not the race car, the road car, still very useful car. The FTO LM race car, which is in this championship right now. Who wants to guess what the third car is? that we could win. I'll give you a clue. You're kind of looking at it. It's not the 002, it's the 001. So the 00... No, the 001 is the other prize car we could win from this championship. F7. Nearly. So yeah, we have a few cars that we could win that we don't have, but realistically speaking, is it going to be the 001? I don't think so. Is it going to be the GTR one? I hope not. We already won it from the time attack thing that we did. But the other three we don't have. So it's a 75% chance we'll have a car that we don't own yet, which is a good percentage chance, apart from that 1% with the GTR one. Now, like I said, we got very lucky we won the F1 car the way we did. I'm happy to keep using this, and then when we finish the Endurance Championship series, we get the 001 anyway. So if we don't get it here, I'm not too worried, because the other two prize cars for the F1 races that we've still got, well, the endurance races we've got left, the other two F1 cars are both 002s. So we're just getting a different colour, basically. But that being said, the 001 will be used for the Formula GT Championship, because it's the only... What we want in that championship, in an ideal world, for the Formula GT Championship, is 4 002s and 1 001 as the opponent lineup, or at least a majority 002. That is really what we're looking for, because it minimises the amount of opponents we have to actually race. Because all the 001 cars will be exactly the same as us and will match us. So they will have the same, like, car we do, but the 002s have a slight tyre wear disadvantage and have to pit more frequently than the 001, which is why you want a majority 002 championship, so you've got less opponents to worry about, because the AI in that championship are also brutal. Like, they are extremely quick and will capitalise on any errors. Our car's not doing too bad on the tyres at the minute. I mean, look at them lap time consistency. This guy's got quicker every lap. Like, he's found half a tenth in 3 laps. Go on, AI. Obviously it's doing quite well on its tyres right now, but it is also a turbo, so it's slightly more prone to spin off the rings. I don't think it will pit, but I don't want to chance it. I'm gonna drive it myself past the pit lane, so it doesn't pit. Like I said, I can't drive it. It's so difficult to do smooth steering. We're over 53 seconds ahead of the S2K, which is currently sitting in second. Now, all the other AI, as you can see, are not in the slipstream train anymore. So that's okay. We've done 75 kilometers in this car already. It's been one race. The oil lasts about 400 k's. It's great. I like how we lost 3 temps in that one lap because of me having to take over the car. The AI will now consider a pit stop because the rear left is covered. I think we can afford to. I think we've got a big enough gap. There's half a lap between us. Like, quite literally half a lap. Of course, I would like to see what the top speed of this thing is if we can get some slipstream, but we're a bit far away from that. The ZZ2 looks like it also chews up its tyres quite quickly, so I don't think that'll be too much of a concern, really. But yeah, the AI's going to chuck it into the pit and stuff. I can just see it. Also, you get to see the game broken down a little bit more. You can see when the AI get told to pit. It uses logic. It's like, oh yeah, I need to pit, and then it just like darts downwards. 351 isn't the, no, not with this gear ratio anyway. Look, there you go. It's diving into the pits now. Oh, smooth as you like. If you get a slipstream, this car will do way more than 351 Ks. But we have to get in the slipstream first, which means we have to catch up to the car that's currently sitting in 6th, which is about, I don't know, about a quarter of a lap ahead of us. But we are a lot quicker than them, so we should catch up, no problem. It's just the way I had the gears and set up on the car, it won't go as quick as 351 because of the air resistance and stuff. Which is cool, like, but I should also consider turning on a light, shouldn't I? It's getting a bit dark in here. Yeah, I'll turn the light on in a minute. I just need to open a window, otherwise it's going to get hot in here. Not that it's already, like, cool, but like... So the fact we pitted on lap 8 means that we shouldn't need to pit again on lap 15. So we should be okay now. Just let the AI do the rest of the track. Like it's quicker for the AI to do it because it can hold a more consistent speed than I can. I'm very twitchy. So I'm going to quickly show you guys what movie I got whilst the AI is doing this. Give me a second. Let me turn the light on, close the blinds, and I'll show you the movie I got. I haven't opened it yet. It's still got sealed. So give me 2 seconds. So recently, I say recently, I literally mean today. While the AI is driving, you already know what it's doing. So I picked up this today, which is a Japanese movie in terms of like origin and stuff. And the idea is that supposedly behind this is like so someone like passes away, and then it's like a nearly 3-hour movie about like investigating or trying to uncover the story about what actually happened. It's quite interesting, and it's all involving a what is this? A Saab Turbo, like on the front cover. Quite an old Saab with a Japanese plate on it. So, it also won a couple of BAFTAs. I have to admit, it won a couple of BAFTAs at Cannes. Well, it won a BAFTA for the winner film not in English, and it won an Academy Award for Best International Feature Film. It also won an award at Cannes Film Festival. So I'm looking forward to maybe watching that at some point, but I haven't got round to planning out when I'm going to watch it. But I'm sure it'll be an interesting watch nonetheless. It's just 3 hours long. Who has time for that? Like, movies these days go on for like ever. Is anyone else looking at the length of a movie now and going, damn, that's long? And I know someone's going to say that's what she said. I can already see it in the comments. Someone's going to say, oh, that's too long. That's what she said. Ha! I can read you all like a book. I know that's what you're thinking. Don't pretend it's not. But yeah. I love that type. It's so fun. The rear left. I don't watch movies. I don't really watch movies either. I'm not really much of a movie person. Yeah, the tyre wears right next to fucked. Like, that spread is unbelievable. How is the stress on the rear left tyre when it's the front right doing all the work? It makes 0 sense. The tyre wear makes practically no sense. Like, at all. It's in the bottom left if you don't know. So, like, it's pretty interesting, I have to admit. Yeah, the tyre wear is next level on this car. I imagine when we go to more traditional tracks, it'll put it back on the front tyres. But yeah, it's interesting how it's the rear left that's a bit buggered. We are catching up to 6th place though, very, very slowly. You can see it right above my my massive noggin on camera on the track map. I know it's a bit low, but my head kind of covers like that bottom part of the track map. I'm so sorry. I would move it down a little bit, but you know, it seems fine now on the most part. It's just Gran Turismo 3 in it. I'll remove the camera quickly so you can see. There you go. We're catching up to him slowly, but it's a challenge. We will go faster than 351 k's. I'm sure. We just got to catch up. We've got 3 laps to catch him. Place your bets. Are we going to catch him? He's just entered the corner, pretty much. So we're not far behind. We'll probably see him in the distance soon enough. I'm sure. I'll tell you when I can see him on my TV. My TV's pretty good, but we're not quite in sight of him yet. I don't know which car it is that we're chasing. I don't even know which car it is we're chasing. But... oh, there he is! I can see him. It's very, very faint, but you can see him coming out the corner. Here we go. What speed do you think the AI will get up to when it catches up to the back of this car? Let me know. Let me know. Because that AI is probably topping out like down the straight, but we don't do that. We don't do that in Polyphony 002ville. Where does the slipstream pick up, do you think? I guess we're about to find out. 351, 420. Oh, imagine. Come on. Pull. It's the ZZ2. Oh, look, there we go. AI had to dive all the way down. It's like 367 he got to. Is that car following us? Can it go? Probably. The AI is keeping it honest. Keeping it really honest. It's not as slow as you think, it just has shit tyre wear. Yeah, the AI aren't slouches. Interestingly, that's the only road car I ever see that competes with race cars. I know that's saying, and they touch Martin. Is that Glock going slow? Oh, sorry. Is that Glock going slowly? No! It's not Martin. It's not Croft or James or whatever is commentating. James Allen, was it back then? I know it was Martin Brundle that said, is that Glock going slowly? Oh, what? I actually have a DVD review of that season. I have a DVD review of that very famous season in 2008. I have a DVD review. I haven't watched it, I've been meaning to, but I watch those sort of seasons of people like Scott Speed. Who was realistically the last proper American driver in F1. I know they had Alexander Rossi a few years ago, but like the last proper full-blown American driver was Scott Speed. Just interesting how. Do what? If you haven't listened to his episode of Beyond the Grid, by the way, F1 do a podcast, and on the podcast, what he says was that basically he was like this dumb, naive, egotistical kid in F1. He was like, oh no, I just don't think he ever took it properly seriously, and he was just like, well, that's kind of how it was. But yeah, I highly recommend you give Scott Speed's episode on Beyond the Grid. This is super interesting. Who did we just overtake? I can't tell. We're catching up to someone. Maybe we can get another big speed bump. ZZ2's had to pit again. That's a rip. That's a rip right there. Oh. The S2000 has absolutely run away at the front compared to the AI. Like, have you seen the gap to it? It's mad. We got two cars battling here. I'm assuming one's the FTO, and the other is the Altezza. I am assuming here. I'm not saying definitively. I'm just assuming that's the two cars in question. Although it wouldn't surprise me if the Altezza was behind us, as it was the car we overtake. But based on the engine sound, I don't think it was. Okay, here we go. We're going supersonic speed. In 3, 2, 1. They fucking parted like the Red Sea. How dare you? Oh, it was. Oh no, it's the RX-7 and the Altezza. Bruh, really? Shall we try and pull the RX-7 along? Bye Toyota! Bye! And now it's trying to catch back up the RX-7. Extreme on us already, I can tell. Do you think we'll catch the S2000? Do you think we'll lap the S2000 before the end of this race? Leave your comments, leave your predictions in the chat, and I'll read them. Do you think we can catch the S2000, which is just cross the start finish line literally when it comes up on screen? There, it's 1 minute and 42 behind. We have a bit of time to find, I think, but do you think we will catch it? We're catching it at about 4 temps a sector, pretty much. There it is, you can see it in the distance, but it is the quickest car here so far. Oh, I can see it in the distance, it's right there! Actually, to be fair, do you know what the funny thing is? That car in Gran Turismo like 4, 5, 6, whatever, got a massive nerf. In this game it has like 600 horsepower, in those games it has like 300, which I don't understand, like, at all. Here we go, we're gonna hit speed, boy. We did, we've lapped everyone so far. 378 we got to. We got to 378 before we shunted the back of the S2K. There we go. And then he will slot in behind us, I'm sure. Get that lovely slipstream. Whether it can keep us, I don't actually know. Possibly. Oh, we did slow down a fair bit though. Doesn't look like it can do it. Yeah, that S2K is not really keeping with us, is it? It's falling back. And the IndyCar looking F1 car has basically dominated everyone. It's a lap ahead. I don't know what you want from me. We'll have to change the gears back for the rest of the circuit, so I did put it up by about 4 clicks. So I'll have to put it back before race 2, but we should be fine as we finish the race 47.792, with our best lap being a 47.333. There you go. Everybody lapped. Give me my money. Next race, here we go. Let's have a look. "15 laps of Grand Valley." It'll take about the same. That's what it was at default, so that's what we're going to run it now. Show me the money! By the way, do you guys want to see some of the worst pathfinding in history? It only happens on this track. So I'm going to let the AI drive, but look how it takes that left-hander going into the right-hander. It's genuinely hilarious. It never does it any other time. Just turns in and it's just like, bro, I want that wall. Then kind of remembers it's on a track and then goes, oh yeah. And then it just drives fine the rest of it. Only does it on that first lap, on that first attempt. It's crazy. What are you doing? What are you doing, AI? BRB, I got you. Whoa. Yeah, basically. So yeah, this is again going to be a case of we're going to dominate, pretty much. Tyres will probably be dead after about 5 laps, but it's okay. We'll be fine. Get some. By the way, did I ever mention that you can't change the tyres on this? You're stuck with these tyres. You're not allowed to buy racing tyres. Look at it go, it's madness. One minute 43.083 on its outlet, pretty much. And then boom, red line oil. I didn't realise they were a thing back then. I always thought they were like some made-up company. Who the fuck calls their car red line oil? But I guess it makes sense now. As an adult that knows a bit better and isn't as naive as 10-year-old me. I've got 15 years more experience than you about. Yeah, I can't lie, I think we've won. Like, pretty convincingly. Pretty sure we've won. Car seems pretty happy to lap so far, but I don't know if the tyres will hold out very long. I guess we'll find out. That was aggressive turning in AI. Was that necessary, sir? The FTO's in second, which surprises me. The S2K ran away in the first race, probably because I'm guessing the gear ratio, but that FTO is on it. It's 4-wheel drive, if I remember correctly, not front-wheel drive like the road cars. So 33.008. Lap times are probably only going to get slower for me. Ooh, cut. I'm trying to remember, what car does this sound like in the game? Sounds like the CLK DTM car. Or like the DTM cars in general. I don't know why. Why did they go with that engine sound effect for this one? I don't actually know. Oh, around the corner we go. Oop. So, by the way, the 2-hour Rome race that we've still got left to do, I think should, in theory, now be the longest race we have, because we can just use this for the Mistral 78 lap, which is a 500,000 credit reward, by the way. But the 2 hours at Rome is all road cars, so we don't actually need anything particularly quick. Yeah. Hi, is this from console or emulated? I, my friend, am playing this on a PS2. I'm playing this on a PS2 live and unedited, so I bin it into a wall. I'm a genius. Nice. Yeah, I'm not a fan of emulation, honestly. That's why the quality looks like not as good as it could be. But considering it's direct from a console, original pixels. Exactly. But yeah, this is 100% console footage. I don't do I only ever do like emulation if it's like all authentic. So the PS3 can do PS1 emulation. I play my PS1 games on my PS3 to stream it because I can't do it any other way. But my PS2 I can stream on my PS2, so that's how I'm playing it right now. In an ideal world, I have the PS2 compatible PS3, but I don't have the money for that right now. But I will make it work. As we drive this F1 car to a dominant victory, I'm sure, with the world's worst tyre wear as we try and finish off the completion of this game. We're still quite away from finishing it, but we're also not. Like, all of the stuff we've got to do is just time consuming. It's not necessarily hard, it's time consuming. But we're getting there. We are doing the Dream Car Championship Professional. We've only got 2 endurance races left to do, as I was mentioning with the original, like the 2 hours of Rome is crispy pixels. I play the latest version of PCSS2. It's really good today. The thing is that I'm not. My PC is there. I have a gaming PC and I do play on it occasionally, but I haven't used it for game for a while because I haven't got a chair. That's how long. I have a chair, but I refuse to sit on it because it's a bit broken. And I don't really want to break it anymore, so I'm trying to get a new chair before I start PC streaming again. But it's 100% on the cards. Like, PC streaming is 100% on the cards. This car's going to do one more lap and the tyres are going to be full. But I just prefer the authentic experience, honestly. And I think, to a degree, for everyone who's going graphics, authenticity means more to me than making it look. Because, like, if anyone ever revisited this game, they would be like, wow, this is exactly how it looked on stream when I did it. And they could play it and get. But obviously, I know that up-resing everything makes everything look nicer, but it's just the way that everyone's been convinced that graphics is everything now, but it's just not. GT3 is honestly one of the most timeless racing games you can play these days, for me anyway. As someone that grew up in the noughties as a kid, I was born at the tail end of the 90s. As someone who grew up playing this as a kid, you know, this is how I played it. This is how I remember it. Even though this game is 2002 over here in the UK, so 2002 in the UK, but 2001 in Japan. This game, for all intents and purposes, is 22 years old, and it looks this good still on a PS2, which is just incredible, honestly. We're gonna have to pit this lap. The front tyres are dead. But I just prefer to play authentically. I don't really do emulation because I know most people usually get rid of their old consoles to get the newest thing, and that's great and all, but then I don't miss on my childhood like they do. And obviously emulation on a PC has pros and cons, but with a console like this you don't have to worry about anything, it'll just play. it will just play smoothly, and that's that pretty much. So, you know, it's got pros and cons, and that's just kind of how I like it. As I bump the ZZ2 there. So, yeah, that's how I've done all of my streams. I've done it all authentically, no emulation or anything. The only emulation I've done is like original Xbox on backwards compatibility through the 360, or PS1 on my PS3, and that's about it. I don't really do any other type of emulation unless it's authenticated by the manufacturer, pretty much. I think that's a USP of my streams, personally, but hey, everyone's different, right? So that green car we just overtook is one of the prize cars we could win from this championship. We already have the RX-7 and we already have the Altezza. There's the RX-7 there, the nice blue boy with the number 17 on it. We do already have the RX-7 and the Altezza in this. The only ones we don't have are the FTO and the S2K, but the S2K I don't think we're going to get to play through. Unless I go and revisit some events to try and complete the car set, but I don't have time for that. I've already put God knows how many hours into GT3 streams as it is. I don't know. I don't know what else we're going to win. Obviously, we've still got the 001 on the cards. That is still a car we can win. As the FTO is now pit, probably because his tyres are buggered. So yeah, it is what it is, pretty much, and I can't do anything else about it. How fun's that? GT3 from childhood. I love that game so much, even though I got the decent appearance in GT4, but that was really good. Everyone always says that GT4 is quote unquote the definitive Gran Turismo. But like, I can see why, but it's not my Gran Turismo. My Gran Turismo was 3, that's the one I grew up on. GT4 I put a lot of hours into as well, but a completion run on Gran Turismo 4, a full completion run will take you 134 hours to fully complete everything. GT3 takes 7 tops, but even then, like, that's also a stretch. Yeah, probably more 90 if you went for full 100% completion run. Which I'm not. I'm completing the simulation mode and calling it done. Yeah. Like, it's also, like, I think GT4 was great, but the amount of, like, technically, Gran Turismo 4 is a masterpiece on a technical level. For what they achieved with the console and how they did, it is a masterpiece. Tourist Trophy is basically just a bike version of GT4, but with, like, GT3 levels of content. But, like, my personal favourite Gran Turismo, as awful as it sounds, is probably 5, just because of the way it did everything else that other games don't. It had its own A-spec and B-spec career modes. You could grow and train your own AI drivers. You could customise how they look. You could get over 1,000 cars in the game. Okay, most of them like Nissan Cubes or Priuses or whatever, MX-5s or Skyline. You know the memes. But it just did so much stuff that the other games didn't, and but GT3 was the GT for me. It still is the GT. The GT game for me is number 3, because it doesn't seem, it's bloated in bad ways, but it's never. It's not like I go, like, I don't look at it and go, you've padded it out by making the events stupid. Okay, they have made them kind of long, but like it's not padded out in that there's like a 24-hour race 4 different times sort of long. It's at most like 7 hours for a championship tops, but that's like in this level if you're doing it like in not an F1 car. Like these races take about, give or take, 20 minutes to 25 minutes in this championship. All the others take like 15 minutes each, but that's still long. That's still quite long depending on which tracks they are and whatever. But just artificially padded runtime by like making 24 hours for a single race. That's the kicker for me. But GT3 never seems like a complete chore to recomplete. Yeah, and the funny thing is that it was in Gran Turismo 2, but it was obviously one-on-one and it was against a ghost. But in this, you could actually like hit the other cars. Yeah, the Escudo. We actually use the Escudo as part of our path to glory on this, because I obviously haven't done anything like. The way that I thought the best way to do it was, is like if I had to power through this career mode, this is how I would do it. It started with all the goals on the license test, pretty much. I then later remember the way that actually gets you a better starter car than that, and it doesn't involve licenses, but the licenses are mandatory for the game anyway, so you've got to do it. So I was like, I'll do the licenses first. And then we started working on a rally championship, because you get a prize car for getting goals in all the rally licenses, which is what I went and did. And we used that car to complete all the rally events, to get the Escudo to go complete Like the Wind. And once we won Like the Wind, we got the 787B, which in this playthrough so far has done 2,600 something kilometers in its lifetime on this game so far. 2,600 kilometers that car has carried me, because I didn't win the F1 car or whatever. But after that, we just powered through it legit. We just did races that we could, or not prize cars we could. It's just that the professional league gives you the best prize cars on the most part, but it's also like take ages to do. Like even the FF challenge, we completed that for a prize car we won. Like, I haven't really bought any cars in this playthrough. I've just used cars that I've won to complete the game, with the exception of a few that we're going to have to buy beyond some meme purchases, like the yellow Evo 5 and the pink bits, which you have to win anyway. But none of the cars we've bought in this playthrough really have had to be bought for a single thing. We've won the majority of them. The only exceptions are things like the Roof 3400S because of the Boxer Championship, and we're going to have to buy an Elise at some point, and then we're going to have to buy a Tuscan and the Clio car. We've got those sort of cars to buy, but they're all one-trick pony things. Like, yeah, you could probably win them elsewhere. But like, I'm not going to be that person who's like, because in this game, money's hard to come by. So any way you can save money, you can just save money. There's no easier way of saving money than getting one of the best cars in the game and completing as much as you can with it. We're going to have to make a little pit stop. The tyres on this car are gone. So, we'll be doing that this lap. The S2K is in as well, funnily enough. So yeah, most of this playthrough has all been earned through. It hasn't really been like purchased through. There will be a question I imagine you'll have, which is when you see the end of this race, you'll be like, how do you have so much money? And I can explain that in one of the parts that I did, which is, I think it's part 9. Part 9 explains exactly how we got so much money. Yo! 200 bits, thank you, dude! I love you for that, thank you so much! Dude, thank you! Genuinely! that's how, that's gone massive! I've got a massive grin on my face, thank you so much! Yeah, I think another thing about my streams is that I like to live a lot of people's nostalgia. Like, I play a lot of games that everyone my age would have played back in the day, sort of thing. Like, I think the next playthrough I'm doing after this, realistically, is probably Need for Speed Most Wanted 05, and if it's not that, it's the original Gran Turismo. Now, they're what I am mostly debating about playing through at the minute, so I'll have to figure it out. I do mostly play driving games, but I do play a bit of everything. I've played Halo, I've played Rocket League, FIFA, whatever on the channel. I do play a bit of everything on here. I am a variety guy, but it's just most of my content on the most part is racing games, and it usually varies from things like Ridge Racer to this, to Speed, which I haven't done much of, but Most Wanted 05 might be an exception because that game is a beast. Underground 2 we've done on stream before, but maybe I should start whipping out some more obscure games and make people go WTF. So maybe for a joke I'll pull out No One Can Stop Mr. Domino on stream at some point. Or like, oh, I still have the I've still got a few games that I think make people go damn that's cool or whatever. So I've got a few, but they're all pretty fun games. So maybe like, yeah, I'll figure it out, I'm sure. But we got some decent, interesting playthroughs coming up, I think. So I nudged the wall. We'll go on to the last lap of the race, and then we'll be done with race 2. Yeah, I hope you, if you like what you're seeing, by the way, Oz Nation, please drop a follow. I stream 4 days a week, Mondays, Tuesdays, Thursdays and Sundays. Sundays at the minute being occupied by XOR, which is a Forza Esport League series I'm running, so I run the esport team. So funny, never played much more than a time than watched. Oh! GameCube. Now the thing is, Hot Pursuit 2, ideally you want the PS2 version. It just looks miles ahead better of what the other developers managed. But Black Box focused on the PS2 and it looks so good on there. For what it was anyway. But Most Wanted, believe it or not, I'm not going to play the PS2 version. I'm going to play the Xbox 360 version, which is silly expensive over here in the UK now. But I was talking to chat earlier about the Black Edition of the game. The Most Wanted Black Edition. And I mentioned that the USA got an Xbox version that we never got over here. It was for the original Xbox. But we got the PS2 version, Black Edition over here, I own. But in the US, they got it on the Xbox, and the Xbox version's like $200 now. It's insane how much that goes for. Like, it's genuinely madness. Of course, everyone's but yeah, drop a follow. You might enjoy the playthrough. We always get up to banter stuff here. It's always enjoyable. Usually streams can start a little bit slow, and if they're not, great, I try and power through it, but it's like I genuinely am one of those streamers that works off a chat that's active. I can work off it really, really well. But if there's nothing going on, I'm the sort of person where you see me like almost falling asleep on the sofa or doing stretches to keep myself awake. So race reads at Trial Mountain, reverse again. We're gonna be in the same grid order. S2K. I'll test the ZZ2, not ZZ Top. RX7 and FTO. The FTO has 4-wheel drive, so that's why it accelerates so well off the line. This car has some turbo lag, it's awful. Right. Let's go! I'm just gonna go on the left hand side of everybody. Yeet through the yeet chicane. There we go. Damn cheap. Do you know what? As someone, like I said, I do esports on the sim racer in my free time as well. I have like a plug and play PS2 wheel I play on. It's not very good. I wish it was, but it's not. The steering angle is just awful. I've not tried it. Kid me didn't know how to really drive on a wheel. I have it, but my more professional setup now is a T300 RS or a TX if I'm on Xbox. And it'll be like a wheel stand with T3 PA pedals. I haven't got an updated rig yet. I want to update it, but everything costs money, and in my job I do not get paid a lot. I do not get paid enough to afford that level of equipment right now, and if I did, I'd have to save for it for quite a while. Which is why I stream. I use my streams to help put back into it, so like content, whatever have you. So, you know, like I said, bits go a long way. Follows go a really long way as well. And like I ultimately stream because I like chatting to people. That's why I stream, honestly. To talk to people like you and Gur and Pordy Kosk, who are all in my chat. Although I think Gur's on BRB right now. But I do remember playing like the worst version of games at the time. Like if you had a PS1 copy of a game that's on PS2, like I did with Monsters Inc., you get the worst end of the stick. But I didn't care. Kid me didn't care. You just enjoy it for what it is. It was great. I still have Monsters Inc. on the PS1. It still looks like trash, but you know, that's what games do. They just actually got better look. What? Today I'm driving Force GT, but very late in 2019, so every like GT episode. And it's also just, yeah, driving Force wheels were ahead of their time. They're still good now. Like I said, I have a Thrustmaster T300 RS and a Thrustmaster TX 458 wheel. They're my wheels at the minute, because I did have a temporary sponsorship with Thrustmaster on strip on my team, which I run. So they gave me a wheel there and stuff, which was great. I didn't pay for my TX, but I remember a box and getting that sort of thing. It was great. But yeah, the Driving Force GT is great, and not only that, it's also compatible with the PS2 if I remember correctly, or at least certain variants of it were. But the G2 series are very good wheels as well, the G92 series. Well, the G920 is the G29 basically, but for Xbox that's how they can differentiate it. Just different hardware and updates and stuff. Did a 1 minute 11 dead. That's quite funny. I've got to stop hitting these walls though. I use that wheel for Truck Simulator and sometimes have fun with the set of course to drive with the Nordschleifer. Everyone who's had a wheel has driven a Nordschleifer at some point, but the Truck Simulator games were also pretty good. Like I have put 400 hours into ETS2 and about 100 into American Truck Sim. I have put hours into it. I know what you mean though. I have done back in the day before I started uploading my stream archives, I had done Euro Truck streams. But most of the time I played on my keyboard, it was just easier. I didn't really fancy setting up a wheel and driving around. But I have, at some point, got to set my wheel up again. I'm sure I just don't have no reason to right now. I don't have anything to sit on to play it with. Unless I go and get like some garden chair or something. But yeah, thank you so much for the 200 bits as well. Like I said, if you enjoy talking, chilling out with everyone here, I recommend dropping a follow. 4 times a week I stream, like I said. So I think within reason soon we should have Gran Turismo 3 done, which would be nice because it's taken a while as it is. Our last stream on GT3 on Tuesday was about 5 hours long. So, 55 seconds ahead of the RX-7. Okay. I mean, we're coming up to lap someone. I'm assuming it's the ZZ2 and the Altezza. I'm gonna have a guess. This song is today, I mean. It is! It is, if I remember right, Mirage, and it was in GT 2000, if I remember. But I have all the songs by Daiki Casio one because it's not copyrighted and you can use it, but everything else is turned off, so you won't hear like Feeders Just Today or Buck Rogers or Aisha or anything like that. You won't hear any of that stuff. Yeah, and I know what you're thinking, like, what do you mean you have no Motley Crue or Judas Priest? And the answer is I have the American version of the game, I just don't have the American console to play it on. Because I'm poor and I can't afford the import charges on it. Oh, it's the FTO and the ZZ2. They're the ones that are like all the way back here. Okay. Sick drift. What? What? Come on, car. Let's go. Whee. Gonna lap the Altezza. Oh, I'm really good. Lap the Altezza, which is doing pretty well actually. Give it to the Altezza, he is doing pretty well. S2K is still stuck behind the RX-7. It's quite funny. The red car and the blue car had a race. All Red wants to do is stuff his face. No, so that was a Milky Way advert here in the UK. If anyone was familiar with that, we're going to dive into the pits. Quite literally dive into the pits because this thing has no steering. God damn, front tyres. I rated the Evos. Like the Evos were good, but like, yeah, the Skylines had more purpose in this game as well. There wasn't really any Evo, well, there was the Evo meeting series, I suppose, but like, but yeah, I do remember driving the Skyline a bit more. It was interesting because I think, was it, a lot of the cars in Underground 2 now I think about were taken out of Most Wanted, but they had a lot more exotics. So, yeah, I think Most Wanted 05 will be a very interesting playthrough because there was the Viper that JV drove in laps before. Oh, that thing was sick. It's the only time you can get a chassis mounted spoiler as well. You can't actually buy this, so it's worth keeping it just for that spoiler alone, really. But yeah, the Skylines definitely had more of a purpose in this game compared to the Evos. But the Evos, there was a prize car you got on this game for the colour of the Evos, which was really nice. It's like a blue pearlescent, which was really nice. BMW power. Oh, right. We're over halfway into this race now, thankfully. So we're nearly halfway through this championship. This car is making like these races just like light work, and we've still got a 75% chance of owning a car we don't actually have. So that'll be good for the playthrough, just for the sake of like novelty of collecting. Really, okay. So still don't think we can get the R390 race car anymore in this playthrough. I don't know. I don't even remember if we won it. I can't talk. Like we oh, there we go. Sick drift, bro. BP. Remember BP? Do you know what was cool about this? I'll have to show you guys as well. There is an Easter egg on this track. Actually, there's a couple. There's a couple of Easter eggs on this track. One of them's the monkey on top of the branches. You won't be able to see it very well on this game, but it is there. Look, I've got time. So on one of the branches, I think it was on, there it is, you can see the monkey just there on the tree branch, just behind, below my banner. You can see the monkey there, which is kind of cool. That appeared in a lot of Gran Turismos after that. I think it's still there in 7 actually. It's still there in GT7. And the other thing that's interesting, let me just get around the track. Here we are, over here. So in the lake, if you're careful where you park your camera, in the distance you can see Nessie, as in Loch Ness. It's kind of like in between the Mercedes and the tree. In the distance there, you can see the Loch Ness on there, which is kind of cool. That's there like all the time. So those are Easter eggs that have occurred numerous times in later Gran Turismos. You'll never see that Easter eggs there, but first see that on YouTube sometimes. Yeah, I mean, like, the Easter eggs are really cool. First seeing that on YouTube. Yeah, they are cool. They are there. They are genuinely there. And they're in a lot of other Gran Turismos after the fact. Because look, there's the monkey again. You can see it. Really well hidden. But, made Gran Turismo folk for. But then again, in Gran Turismo 7, I think it is, or was it Gran Turismo Sport? One of them, Hideo Kojima is an NPC in the crowd on one of the Gran Turismos. Funny, since I make crashes on everyday road, so I will ever watch out. It's always, yeah, the monkey everyone always looks at. Once you see it, you keep looking at it as you drive past. It's really interesting. Gran Turismo, by the way, never ever said about why it was there or why they added it, but it's always there, and you always just end up looking at it, and it completely slipped my mind for the majority of the playthrough. So. A bit wide now. Tyres are going. Tyres are going. If we just pit early, get the pit stop out of the way now. Here we go, out the pit lane. Formula car, no chance, but yes, man. Yeah, it's the Yaris Cup. Oh, the Yaris Cup. I have PTSD from that champion. Actually, no. It wasn't the Yaris Cup that gave me PTSD on this playthrough. It was the Audi TT Cup, the Tourist Trophy Championship. That gave me PTSD because I lost one of the last races and I had to redo the entire part of the video. I remember staying up until like 11 o'clock at night trying to finish it, which was crazy. It's pink. It is. It is indeed very, very pink. You can also win it in like gold, cyan, but everyone knows the pink one. Everybody knows the pink one. And it got made popular because of Rhino GT4, I'm pretty sure. It not quite hot pink, but it's definitely pink. I think you've seen it before, Kua. I'll have to show you it after the championship because what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna see about finishing the championship. I'm gonna set about finishing the championship and then we used it to complete the Irish Championship as well. That's the funny thing. FTO. Lap tool there. S2K. Please, thank you. This car sounds like the. I think I mentioned this in the stream, but this car sounds like the DTM cars. Like very, very similar to the DTM cars. That went well. Let's see, can we set a decent lap on our last lap? Doing a 106.8. Oh, that was smoother out there. Not necessarily quicker going in, but definitely smoother on the exit. Go on downhill through the tunnel. Oh, the car turned in too much. What? Oh. Yeah, we're not being a 1:06, I don't think. Yeah, run wide, into the wall, across the rear. Whee! Over the jump, around the corner. Not 1:19. Nowhere near. Oh boy. Oh. Let's go. Next, we got 4 more races. No pressure. Oh. It's hot in this flat. God damn it. Tokyo. So this should be a nice, easy race. Look at the speed. Bye. A little bit wide. This race definitely won't take as long because the track's a lot shorter. Yes, I am from England, give or take. If that, yeah, let's just abbreviate it to UK. England specifically. Born and raised, 25 years. Great. It is true, the stereotype that we complain about the weather is completely valid. We complain about the weather. What? I'm driving. I know Paulie Costas. Ah, okay. That's cool, man. I don't speak German, unfortunately. I have a friend who does. My friend Halloweener comes in every so often. He's from Germany. But yeah, if you like what you see here, by the way, drop a follow. You know you want to. Like I said, I'm streaming 4 days a week. I'm vibing. I'm a chill dude. I'm usually pretty active. Whoa, careful! Whoa, cars just yourself. God damn it. It's fine. Yeah, it's yeah, ist gut. That's probably the extent of my German. Like hello, ja, ist gut. That's about it. Oh, and danke. Danke is thank you, of course. I don't speak very good German. I can't lie. I studied French and I studied Spanish, but I studied German. Oh, the car needs an oil change. But you should end up. Yeah, I do. Yeah. The good thing about English, and anyone will tell you this. One thing about English is that you can basically say something completely broken. You can say it in broken English, like, and people can still understand what you mean. But if you speak, say, broken German or broken French, which is like you're missing key words, but you've got like to explain it, and you're trying to explain something in another language, it's a lot harder to understand. So. I might have to translate a message into German for you. Like I said, I stream. I'm always here, and I'm always down to learn. Different languages. I always have been. Like maybe as a surprise to Paulie Koski's in my chat, I do know a couple of phrases in Polish, but not many. Mart, I know but a few words in Russian. Obviously I speak fluent English, limited French and Spanish. So yeah, I do try. That's all I can do. Left in the sub 120s, which terrible. What am I doing? So fun fact about this game, the curbs help you turn on this game. They pull the car into the track. I don't know if that's just the way the game handles tyre to contact collision, but if you drive on the curb, the car turns a lot more sharp than it should. Really useful if you want to try and get a quick lap time. Like, Jesus! 3 laps and they've pitted already. Oof. Oof. That's gonna hurt. Yeah, here we go. 1 minute 21.3. So we're averaging a 1 minute 20 lap time. If I don't crash, it's a 119. If I crash, it's a 120. It's not a great trade-off with car park. Yes, it's 100 laps. It is a 100 lap race. Great. Thanks, Moobot. Way to plug in. I'm so nostalgic. I'm not gonna lie, I use Google Translate to send that. I don't do Holy shit, Mr. Bass is back! 50 people, you absolute bad. Ha ha ha! Pikila, Gigachino, Chris Thanos, hello! Hello! Oh, how are you guys? You guys are all mental. Pikila, thank you for the follow. Stingray Amy, thank you for the follow. That's incredible. Gigachino! Chazdub, welcome in. Hello everyone. Hello. Hello. Welcome to GT3. We're in the middle of the Dream Car Championship and we finally won an F1 car. Jomawell! Sorry, Joma we won. Joma won. I don't know how you say it. Gigachino! Hello the bus. The bus 69420. Great. Thank you. Chazdub, thank you for the follow. Moobot's angry. How dare you? What does that say? Mr. Bass Gigachino Legion. Oh, guys, you are legends. Thank you so much. The bus 69420, thank you. Need to reset after the CBT that the All-Stars Cup don't even start. Based. Yo, and that, yeah, my driving skills have all gone out the window. 0.3 other people want. No, it generally isn't, guys. Thank you so much. That is insane. In fact, I've lost so much. My tyres are fucked, and I wasn't paying attention. My tyres are buggered. Hello again, 0xFC963F18DC21. How are you? It was a tune. I mean, at least it was tuned. At least you didn't go, hey yo, I've got like an R33. I'm gonna race you with like 276 horsepower and nearly 2 tons of weight. Even though they have like 4 times the horsepower and 4 times less weight. Guys, thank you so much. Great to see you guys again. Yeah, but like the oil needs changing too. That's the big difference maker. The oil needs changing. The Audi being dead is now a Canada then. Is that the hex code? Someone said it was like a Bitcoin wallet, which was quite funny. I actually don't. It looks like an error code actually. I wouldn't say it's a code name. It definitely looks more like an error code because I remember every error code starts with 0x, and then on Xbox it's usually 0x8. So it could be worse, I guess. You don't get the audio. But it's GT4. Oh, do you know what? I probably never will. I say that. I have GT4 in my collection. I haven't played through it fully yet. Not on stream anyway. I don't know if I will. Maybe. We'll see. I need to change it at some point, but the one I want is taken. Oh, there you go. So this guy basically just smashed his keyboard and said, "Job done," and then says, so believe it or not, guys, I kind of had this idea on Wednesday after the Tuesday stream, but I was thinking after Gran Turismo 3 we do a Need for Speed Most Wanted in 2005. It was funny back in 2015. 10 years ago, what the hell? That is insane. Oh god. My driving talent's gone all out the window, everything considered. I think I'm doing okay still. 9. It's close enough, it'll be 10 years in about 5 months. How's the races going? Well, we've won everything in this one so far. We completed the British GT Cup. We also completed Special Stage Route 11 all night, which took us just under 2 hours to do. And that's how we won the F1 car, funnily enough. And one of the other prize cars for this event is the other F1 car, which we do not have yet. So that's we've got a 75% chance of having a car we don't own from this event. We're just finishing race 4 nearly. We've got a fair bit left to go. Car oil needs changing, so I've done an 18.890 at some point in this race. I haven't paid attention to when it was. I'm assuming lap 5. It's gotta be lap 5. Oh god, car needs cooperate. Here we go. I mean, it hit the wall to cooperate, but it's still cooperation. What? Hop in the curb. I am touring car. Speed. I still think this is the better sounding F1 car, I can't lie. I think it's easier to listen to the 001, but the 001 will become a necessity, not a choice, at some point in this playthrough. So, yeah, I'm sure it'll go absolutely swell. And, again guys, so for those who are new here and don't know me, hi, I'm Dragon. I am from the UK. Of course, if you can't tell my British accent, what? I'm joking, we don't. I mostly stream racing games on the most part, but I do tend to do variety on the most part. It's just mostly racing games, I can't lie. Variety of racing games, 95% of the time. Mr. Bass, I can't actually remember. How did you find my stream, Mr. Bass? I can't remember. I think you may have just found me streaming through a random stream one day and just dropped in by a raid. What am I doing? Car talent out the window. Who needs it? So yeah, I mostly been playing Gran Turismo 3 on stream as a playthrough so far. We have done Mass Effect before, but I think after this game we're looking at Most Wanted 05. Which will be something special, I think, because that game I haven't played through in absolutely years, and the only car I care about is Blacklist 4 because that is the sickest car with a chassis mount of it. That's what I mean, yeah. And because I'm extra nice, we're doing the 360 version, so full HD everything, because I care about my viewers. So, you're welcome. That'll be a playthrough we do at some point, I am sure. But obviously, we've got Gran Turismo 3 to finish first. We are sitting at about 75% completion, even though the championships will probably say otherwise. I'll even watch it then. SMH. Oh god. I'm looking forward to that game. Play through it again at some point. It'll probably be soon, because once we finish GT3, I'll be jumping straight onto that as a playthrough. Minus the odd stream here and there where we're doing something really weird, like Mr. Domino or whatever it is I decide to stream, or Ridge Racer, because I've been playing Ridge Racer on stream a bit as well recently. My Warframe, my games have been everywhere. You'll find that on my streams. They're never ever really the same. We did I think we did a Persona game a few weeks ago. That was interesting. YouTube loves my copyright, so it copyrighted and it came out. The only sad thing is with Most Wanted is I don't think I'll be able to get away with the copyright soundtrack. But like the police stuff and that, yeah, we can definitely keep the music for that. But just not the like Decadence by Disturbed or Beyond the like what was it, Down Beyond Now 9 or Up Down 9 or whatever it was, where it kicks into that heavy rock. Dun, 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 dun. Oh, I can't remember. You know the song. And ILS, Feed the Addiction. Oh no, that was Bohemian, wasn't it? No, was it? Bohemian Feed the Addiction was what? Static X with Skinny Man. Bunch of other songs that I very vividly remember. There was a Timo Mass remix of a song. It's been so long since I played that. I can't remember the soundtrack, but I can't play it, which is a crime. I can't stream the content because I'll get copyright claimed for shit on YouTube, and YouTube is going to be like, no, we're terminating your account. I'll be like, no, please don't, Daddy. We won't be. I don't want to get killed by YouTube for copyright content. So I've got to turn that shit off. But the police music that was all composed for the game will be perfectly fine. I can't believe I just said what I said about 10 seconds ago. I'm going to pretend that didn't happen. According to Twitch, I said that and lost 4 viewers. It could be worse. Oh, we're lapping the RX-7. It's probably the best car on the grid beyond the S2K, honestly. The S2K's got to be in blue or it ain't. Understeer, catastrophic. Can't lie. I'm not going to take it. I would drive the 60 again, but the tyres would be dead. The tyres would be dead. And I'll have. Do you know what? Screw it. I will drive this car to the end, regardless of whether I want to stop or not. But I feel like the car's going to be completely undrivable. Like the tyres are going to be. The tyres are going to be gone. Like, I'm struggling now. I can't even do that corner in 4th gear, even with all the downforce. Look at the understeer, man! There's absolutely no way this car's lasting 2 laps. But here we go! We're going to try it anyway. We're doing the Alex Albon in Australia 2021, I think it was, where he drove that car 56 laps on a single set of compound tyres. Here we go. Oh, the curbs help. Dude, like Mr. Fastest GTR. Looks a bit suspicious. Looks a bit similar. You know, a bit understeery. Apart from when you hit the curb and the car turns in. Like, to be fair, in the special stage Route 11, because we didn't have the F1 car at that point. Because we didn't have the F1 car, we had to use the 787, and the tyres on that thing are 900. I think the every 5, yeah, it is. It is usually 5 laps, but the 002 has slightly worse tyre wear than the 001. The 001 can go an extra lap, but the tyre wear on this car is worse. So, yeah, we've got the slightly worse end of the stick right now. But in maybe a couple of episodes' time, where we've won the 001, it might not matter. Do you know what? Imagine, right, the scenes if we win the 001 from this championship, because it is a prize car that we can get. Right, here we go. Our tyres are bright red pretty much. They do not want to cooperate any more than they already have. We're doing a 1 minute 22 lap time. Almost a 23. That's painful. That is painful. Hit the brakes. The brakes are non-existent. Curb not helping. I wasn't even doing 100, like 60 miles an hour. Still. god, this handling is now like actually like pretty abysmal. Ferrari strat would be to pit now. Yeah, it would be. Oh god, look at the understeer. Like even the downforce can't save this car. Oh god. Look at the understeer. It's not like I'm full lock and it's like nope. It must be what it's like to drive the AlphaTauri at the minute. Absolutely no steering input at all. Like what is aero? God. Third gear and it only just about makes it forward. What is this going to be? Second. My bloody ass! I'm doing it in first almost. Do what? Let's. Oh my god! It's 1 minute 15 out the last corner. Oh no! I have a Ferrari pit team. They want me to pit now. The pit limiter's broke. There we go. See if the AI can handle it properly. We still won. Oh my god. The AI can't do it. The AI can't do it. It went round the corner and binned it pretty much. Oh no, it's an engine. This is a third gear corner and it's trying. This car has such shit turbo lag that it can't keep it in third gear. You're in the wrong polyphony. I know, but it's the only one I have right now. Give me speed boost. Oh, look at that turning circle. Oh, look at that tyre grip. The tyres are practically the soft compounder tyre, but they're dead. Basically. We lapped every other car at least twice. Just the turbo kills this car. It can't accelerate. It's pretty common actually. Right, that's race 4. We got 50, 60, 3 more races and then we'll be done with this championship. Yep, it's just how it went in the playthrough. And I can explain why. We've done all the endurance races that award the 001. Yeah, I haven't got the 001 at all, but you win it anyway, so I'm not too worried. For completing all the endurance, you get the 001, so I'm not too fussed about not getting it. It's just I've got to get the double enduro first. Oh, this track should be a breeze. Oh, that start with Finn. Look at that. Bye guys, and your 4-wheel drive. Oh, this will be a fun. Oh yeah, it will absolutely fly. This will be a very, very quick, like 20-minute race, not. I'm hoping. If the tyres last, but they probably won't. The tyres never last in this car. I will say it, I think the 002 is my favourite of the 2 polyphony cars. Only because of like the engine and the turbo and the fact it's a slightly older car, but the 001 is undoubtedly the better car. I just prefer the 002, but I can't use it because it's not going to be compared to the Formula GT, so we're not going to use it. Like, I will show you my garage after this championship so you can see like how our playthrough has gone so far pretty much. As we complete the first lap in 1 minute 54, I think there's probably a sub 1 minute in this car if I nail it. But even then, that's going to be like pushing it. Like for me to get a sub 1 minute, I'm going to have to nail the lap. And nailing a lap here is surprisingly difficult, even though, like, obviously we got an F1 car. Because it all relies on the curb pulling you round and in. But obviously it's also a very fast flowing circuit. I can't. As we swing it into the right and into the left, hit the curve, yeah, nice. And full speed into the zone, because why not? 51, 52, 53, 54. I think we've done it, guys! 57.9. Oh, mate, we can have this race done in less than 15 minutes if we're clever enough. I don't think it can happen, but maybe we can do it. Shall we try and go for a sub 15-minute run in this race? See if we can lap enough laps under the 1 minute mark. See if we can get it done in less than 15 minutes. That's going to be the challenge for this race. That's stupid fast. I try, but like we still have to make at least one stop. We've got to make at least one stop, so that will lose us 20 seconds. Which means that for me to keep this under, I need to make up at least 20 seconds in the remaining laps after the fact. But as long as we keep it sub 1 minute, we'll do it, I think. The tyres will ruin it. Hey, you underestimate my power as someone who does competitive racing as a recreational hobby. Like, I will find a way to make this work. Like, we're saying balls to the wall with the tyres. I'm going to be Max Verstappen and just pump in a lap time for fun at this point. Like, if we're going to do this sub 15 minute, we need to take all the tricks out of the book, and that's what I'm here to do. ZZ2 is already pit, it's lap 3. When I say hammer time, what will you do? I will pit for fresh rubber and overtake you on the last lap of the Grand Prix. Oh, that understeer there, what the flip was that? That understeer killed me at the end there. But I can also hammer time if you want. I can hammer time, I can let's go max, I can do whatever you need me to do. All we have to do is make it to lap 8, so we only have to hit. Front right is having a sad day, mate. It's not going to be the front right that's going to be having a sad day, it's going to be me. I'm going to have a sad day if I don't do this sub 15. I'm going to cry. But like I said, I'm having to use every trick in the book with regards to GT3 physics, so I'm using the curves to turn the car in, just so I don't have to worry about understeer. Yeah, we're getting like Tech 9 levels of like understanding car physics and stuff here. Keep the car in, and then boom, look at the curve. The curves just pivot the car way better than they have any right to. Right, give me that slipstream. We've just done a 57.6 on worn tyres. Like, don't underestimate my ability to push lap time on shit tyres. In GT4, it's a lovely car to shop. Yeah, it does. Because it has 0 downforce. It's stupid quick. It's just such a shit car for tyre wear. Even though it's 4-wheel drive. Even though it's 4-wheel drive, it does have a couple of issues. I can't lie. The FTO is exactly the same. The FTO will also have to pit after before that. And I think it's just because they're all-wheel drive, and they're at fast-flowing circuits where the tyres can't do anything. Oh yeah, I know, but in this game it's not so great. And in GT2, it also looks way better. T-Kanji, hello, welcome in. Howdy. 59.0. We've done our task so far. We have currently a minute to spare on lap time, I think, give or take. Like I said, we need to get to lap 8 on these tyres, and then we'll be fine. Kind of funny, since yeah. The funny thing is that the ZZ2 in this game is like it's super interesting because the GT2 version is meant to be like based on the concept, and the ZZ2 ultimately became the ASL Goriah. Yeah. It did. You underestimate me putting the yeah, medium hards is fine. Oh shit, we've done our first post 1 minute lap so far. The tyres need to go one more and I think we can do it. But remember, we're going to use about 20 seconds in the pit, which means that for me to make it up, I need to be doing 57s practically every lap. This front right is dead. It's not having a fun time. It's like, please kill me. It's trying to kill me anyway. It's trying to put me in the wall. I put the super hard tyres on the CLK and I got it to do 27 laps. No, I tell a lie, 33 laps of super speedway. It's gotta be. Now that I've warmed up to the car, it'll be 100% where the magic happens. Oh, that understeer. Even on the curb, it was like, no, I'm washing white. Right, turn in. Go. Right, perfect pit lane, here we go. We're cutting it right to the barriers, boom! Fast as it can possibly go. As someone that's driven the Altezza as part of this playthrough, I can understand the pain. Right, we need to nail the pit start, so there we go. There we go, we're coming out. So 1 minute 8 plus about 10 seconds, so we've got 19 seconds to find. I think that's doable with a bit of luck. I'm gonna try not to track extend, but listen, desperate times call for desperate measures. The rear end stays in check, we'll be okay. Yeah, it's not too long. It's not even that it's like short necessarily. It's a quick pit lane. You do 80Ks instead of 50Ks. That makes a difference. But obviously, the tyres have also got to do their bit. They'll be a bit quicker towards the end, at the very least. We know that, because they won't be as worn. Because lap 8 implies I can go to lap 16. So lap 15 will be the only real lap where we really have to struggle with the tyres, because I've done the damage already. Esports line in turn 3. Yeah, like, it could be worth. Okay, so we did a 1 minute 7. So we've got about, what, a couple of seconds, only a couple of seconds to find, that'll be good. Come on, keep the rear in check, there we go. That was a much smoother exit. Let's go! After today, you can't blame anyone for it. I know, right? If we do this race in sub 15, I will consider that an accomplishment, because I don't think I've ever done this race in 15. But if we do it in the 002, that would be hilarious. I can't lie. Yes, Keck V. Oh boy. Okay, come on, kart, turn him. There we go. Because what you want to do is minimise the steering input, so you save the tyres, but you need to be as aggressive as you can to get all the speed out of it. It's kind of annoying. We've just done a 56.9, so I'm definitely on it. I'm 100% on it. We found 4 of those seconds already. But unfortunately, we're not going to keep that level of gain on each lap. We're not going to keep that level of gain on each lap. So we've got to do the majority of the work now while the tyres are still somewhat cooperative. We're going to have to use the slipstream of the ZZ2 to really sling ourselves into the corner, which actually just hinders us. Bear in mind that we do have the benefit of slipstream in some areas, if we can make it work. So, I am 100% going to use that where I can, because this car's got some decent top end. May not seem like it, but it does. Onto the curb, turn the car in, boom, full power on exit. Right, we've got some slipstream. We've got some slipstream here. It will help. Done a 58.3. Not the best lap we've done, but it will do. As the ZZ2's had to pit again, as, oh, please move. Thank you. That'll help with the Altezza's understeer, I'm sure. Having no fucking front wheels on the floor at all. That'll definitely help in turn. What are you talking about? Right, fuck. Listen, they were in the way. By the way, reduce the front. Yeah, yeah, that's true. But what are you doing? Do you not know I'm on a mission here? Come on, come on, come on, come on. Car's starting to get a little bit uncooperative now, but it's just about okay. 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, going to be another 58-second lap time, but we've only lost 6 tenths, and that's with all the traffic as well, so that's not too bad. Okay, here we go. Another one. Bear in mind, like I said, I'm trying to do this as clean as possible, but if the car doesn't cooperate, that's not my fault. Okay. Go, 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 go! That was no bong, that was straight up shiver. That actually was, like, I'm sorry. I'm not sorry to the Arteta, it was in the way, but like, I'm on a challenge. They're not. Just saying. Right, the front right is starting to get very unhappy. It's going to start not cooperating as willingly, I will force it, for it is a piece of my puzzle. You can see the turning, I can't get it on the curb anymore. But we have improved our lap time compared to last lap by a measly 6 tenths. Right, we've got 1 minute and 50 seconds to do 2 laps of this track. I think we can do it. It'll be tough, but I think we can do it. Come on, car, just cooperate, just cooperate. Front right, just hold on that little bit longer. Please, please. Do some esport, like I said, I'm trying to do this as legit as I can. I am a competitive person. Oh, look at that! Esport line ready. There we go, riding right on the curb. Come on, car, around the corner, around the corner. Go, 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 go. Come on, come on, around the corner. Let's do it. Here we go, last corner. Got 1 more lap after this. Front right's really starting to get unhappy about it, but I do not give a shit. We have less than... Oh, this is going to be so tight. I don't think we can do it. Unless I pull a 55 out of my arse, we are not doing it. Unless I pull a 55 out of my... Right, esport lines. No. Oh, that's it. Run's dead. Run is 100% dead after that. Oh, I think it was just too much for the tyres. If it was the 001 and we had that extra lap, I think we would have been fine. But we just don't have it. We just don't have it in the 002. It just does not. The front right's gone. It's not turning in. It's not turning in. Car, please. Let's see how close we can get. I don't think it's happening. Like, I think those couple of bad laps hurt us. The AI didn't help. They were not in the right place when I needed them. We've got 13 seconds. I don't think it's happening. Front right's dead. It's screaming. It does not want to turn in. Oh, we got so close, guy. Oh my god, that was horrendous. What do you mean you're pulling into the pit, you cunt? Ah, there was 5.4 seconds in it. Oh, oh, that's so frustrating. Ah, even so, that is a hell of a run. That is a hell of a run. Maybe we could have got a bit quicker if we didn't bonk it into the wall on that last lap. I think we probably could have got a bit closer. But I don't think it would have been sub 15 even with that. Oh, I put everything on the line for that one. I shouldn't have got greedy with the... I shouldn't have got greedy at turn 1 and 2. I should have just been more committed to the normal line and try and turn it in earlier. And then try and carry the speed through. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, that's gutting. We were so... I do what the thing is. The sad thing is, I think it's 100% doable. We just needed a bit of better luck with the time. If that was the 001 and we had that extra lap of tyre wear, I 100% think we could have done it. 100% think we could have done it. Oh. God damn it. 15-minute 5.4. That is ridiculous. Oh, if it was sub 15, imagine the scenes. Oh. That's actually worth saving. That is 100% worth saving. God. That will be on the stream archive if you ever want to rewatch. I genuinely think, you know those couple of laps where I did like a 58? That was the difference. That was the difference between us doing that and not doing it. That should be your PC. I'll try my best. Right, we've gone from a completely different kettle of fish now. We've gone from sub 15 to definitely over 25. And I'm not talking about my age, I'm talking about the amount of minutes this race and special stage runs will take. Oh, here we go. Time for CBT, yeah. Hydrate. Do you know what the funny thing is? The AI is generally better at driving the track in reverse than it is driving it forward. It's also better than driving it than me. I can't lie. I learned loving this track. The thing is, right, I don't think it's a terrible circuit. The GT1 version, I think, flows slightly smooth. 100%. But the there we go. Oh, just about. But yeah, the GT1 version definitely flows a bit better. Look how they massacred my chicane. I know, right? The funny thing is that if you look, okay, thanks, car. If you look carefully behind the barrier at that, what would be right-hand hairpin on this variation, you can actually see where the road went, but they didn't model it after that. They kind of just let it stop. But I don't think the whole track's there. It would be cool if they had both variations of Special Stage Route 11, but even then. Yeah, you can see the road behind it. I mean, we've got a decent gap, I'll show you. You can't drive down it, which sucks. Right, let me get to that hairpin thing and I'll show you. You can see the road there. I still think the double. Oh, don't pull that. Stuck on the wall. Come on, car. The double chicane after turn. Yeah, that's. Don't get me started on the TBR Griffith license test with that. By the way, I already know. I did the paint. I've golded everything on this test. Look, you can see the road right here. It's right there. They just chose not to use it. they basically did, but they kind of didn't, because they definitely reworked it. Because the road that comes up to that same right hand, well, what would be right hander in the full version, the normal full version, isn't there anymore. So they 100% remodeled it, because it's now like a boulevard of sadness. What I want to do is I want to drive on that bridge. I want to yeet my car off it. That's what I want to do. The ZZ2 is in second, but it ain't flipping staying. I can tell you that. Probably gonna have to pit after 3 laps. Open world SSR 11. I know, right? Oh god. Oh, car turning. By the way, guys, did you know I have a Discord? So here, this chicane, look, there's no road to the right. They've replaced it with like everything, like trees and tiles and stuff. I actually, like, I'm not gonna lie, I legitimately hate this track. It is my least favourite track in any Gran Turismo game, and that's saying a lot considering I don't like half the track in GT7. But if you want to know what my favourite track is, it's, what was it? My favourite tracks I said were either Autumn Ring, Midfield Raceway, or Ravencott Hill. I'm pretty sure they were pretty good. Can't lie. What was that? What else was it? What's my worst GT? Oh. My worst GT7 track, as in like to drive or just least favourite? Autumn Ring is perfect. My least, like, I'm assuming you mean original track, because like I don't like half the both. Okay, so least favourite to drive is my least favourite to drive is 100% Bathurst. I don't like it. The worst track in terms of original circuit, it's probably Sardinia. Sardinia is probably my least favourite. Oh, you made me got angry. The only reason I don't like driving Bathurst is because it's, I like Bathurst is a fun circuit, but it's overrated. What did you put the bus, by the way? You don't like, but right, the thing is, right, the only reason I don't like Bathurst is because it's too, it's not a racetrack, it's a driver's track. If you were hot lapping, absolutely, but for racing, it's just, unless you've got no aero on your car, you are not passing anyone anywhere unless they go off the track. It's not really a track I associate with good racing. Yeah, it's not really a racing track. It is definitely more of a driver's circuit. In the same way that Monaco is like, as a driver, Monaco is amazing because you're on the limit every time, and Bathurst is no exception. But to actually race, what about Reverse Nordschleife? I played PGR4. I played PGR4 and platinumed everything. I'm fine with Reverse Nordschleife. Crashing cars is an overtaking too. Like, bear in mind, right, I play the majority of my games on a pad. I have a wheel. I do have a wheel. What? Moobot, shut up! Nerd! Hello, Swim to Birds, how are you? Yeah, PGR4. Not only that, do you know what else has Reverse Nordschleife? Enthusiast Professional Racing. That also has Reverse Nordschleife. I've played that as well, and I have raced it. Reverse Nordschleife is surreal. It is definitely something. It is 100% something. It is insane. But there are numerous games that have done Reverse Nordschleife. I've driven it. Bear in mind, right, I had to do a race on Reverse Nordschleife, and I had to do it on a bike on PGR4. Against like Ferrari F50 GTs, McLaren F1 LMs, SSE Ultimate Aeros, Celine S7s, whatever, right? I had to do that on a bike I actually did it on stream. Metropolis Street Racer was good as well, but that's basic. Oh, I'll lose all my muscle memory. Right, so I've played, like I said, I've played 2 games that have got reverse Nordschleife as an actual format. Imagine, guys, I'm going to, right, I'm going to let the AI take over while I do this. I'm going to go grab the stream archive thing to my PGR4 stream. I did that numerous times. Let me go grab the links. I have footage of reverse Nordschleife and driving it. I've just got to find my PGR4 stream. There it is. It was a 3-hour stream. Copy link. Let me find out how long it was into the stream, because I remember doing it fair. That was the challenge and stuff. There it is. Was that it? Wait, where was it? Is this the reverse Nordschleife on the bike? Yeah, it was the last thing I did on the stream, pretty much. If you skip to 2 hours, what's this Portuguese? Gran Turismo. I passed it over to an AI while I get you footage of reverse Nordschleife on the stream, because my thumb is a bit sore as well. The AI is dumb as a brick. Got him! So yeah, skip to 2 hours 46 minutes 13 seconds on this video, and you will see reverse Nordschleife on a bike that I had to do as part of I've added a stream marker by accident, something melon. 2 hours 46 13 minutes on that video, right? After the stream, do it now. GT3, believe it or not, yeah, but it's not like accessible through any normal means. I will explain why. So basically, Mr. Bass knows this. Mr. Bass knows this, but basically, your brain will melt. So basically, there is code in the game. You know when the AI drives around in like the pre-race menus and stuff, and you're not in control? You can basically turn that on and off through a cheat disc. Now, the only cheat I use is the AI, because my thumbs get sore, and like, obviously, if I'm playing for 5 hours at a time, on pressure sensitive buttons, because this is not an emulation, believe it or not, I'm playing on a PS2 controller, right here, so I have pressure sensitive buttons. My thumb gets unbelievably sore from squeezing that button for hours, believe it or not. So occasionally I let the AI drive, and all it is just it uses the code from when the AI drives the circuit round in the pre-race menus. Analog buttons for the win, I know, right? So old school. And I know what you think. What I did at one point change my accelerator on Enthusiast, I think it was. I changed my accelerator to the right stick. PS3 was insane. I mean, at least it had trigger accelerators. Like, do you know what? I have so many interesting facts about racing games. You'll be really, really surprised. So, the AI, unfortunately, is not. Well, fortunately, isn't as quick as me, but stick gaming for endurance, so it is. Like, it has been a lifesaver for me, watching a bike go. I'm assuming you're watching that video. Evening. Hello, Seb in Space. How are you? Welcome in. Hey T. Oh, assuming you know each other. Hello, welcome in. This is Pain. We're doing special stage route 11. I hate it. So yeah, I have a lot of interest. I need to make a reward for people that view, and if I can find a interesting, I'll have to put in like an option for a few thousand points that says redeem. Tell me an interesting video game fact. He's from Rowdy's Discord and he has some pretty good videos. Oh, sick. But I'll have to put so I'll give you a couple of trivia bits for free. Because I thought you might be in. There is a replay on this game that you can unlock that is a Mini Cooper versus the Polyphony 001 in a split-screen head-to-head race on Grand Valley Speedway, where the Polyphony 001 gives the Mini a 1 minute head start. No one knows how to unlock it, but you can unlock it, but there's no definitive way of unlocking it. And another fun fact for you, in the pre-release version of Gran Turismo 1, before they fixed it for the final version and added it into GT3, the all-night endurance race at Special Stage Route 11 was meant to be 100 laps. Initially. And then they cut it to 50. That was a fun fact. It is! It just makes you realise how much easier you got your video games. I can't lie. Another interesting fact. I'll give you a few. Most of it's about Gran Turismo, I'll admit. In Gran Turismo 1, before they finalised the license tests, A1 in the pre-release version of Gran Turismo 1, if you remember, was the Toyota Supra at the last turn in turn 1 of Deep Forest. The initial goal time was originally a 31.9. The final time ended up being a 32.4. They shaved off half a second of the goal time. Did you know? Well, yeah. And if it had one, it'd be a unicycle. If it had three, it'd be a tricycle. Or trike, or whatever you want to call it. Same thing, right? Casual power time, to be honest. Bit tracks too unrealistic, and some not bad car feel. I mean, everyone's got a preference, but GT4 in the Japanese version, there was no tyre slip. The GT4 version of Japanese version GT4 had no tyre slip. There you go. There's a fun one. Oh, what else can I tell you that's interesting about Gran Turismo? What else can I tell you? Something interesting about... Actually, no. You guys might already know... Yeah. A lot of tests in GT2 did. So, Gran Turismo 2 had rip-off versions of Eau Rouge. It had its own designated track designs as well. Half of them never appeared on a full version of a circuit. But it did have like a budget Eau Rouge, and it did have like a couple of other corners and track layouts. That... Palm Strip, the dev name for Apricot Hill, that is true. It was originally there, and it was also incorrectly spelled in the intro video on the arcade disc as Palm Strip. Yeah, that was S10. That test was. I don't know. They should explain how to get how to G4. I'm sure they will, but ultimately it's just Tourist Trophy runs the same engine. Until I can ram off a rider with my Audi R8 Le Mans car, I'm not quite interested in the Master 1. Can't lie. Just like imagine this R8 barring down the Mulsanne, and there's a bike just parked at the other end, and then bang, T-bone. Like, imagine how far the guy's gonna go flying. Even though I'm pretty sure he just disappears. Some stuff I'm going off now. Cheers, Alza Nation. Thank you for joining. Good night. Some stuff with GT Morning reviews on link post GitHub, but they're still very upset. Yeah, I know. My driving's gone out the window because I'm reading the chat, which is way more entertaining than focusing on trying to drive Special Stage 11 correctly. What else can I tell you? Some fun facts about Gran Turismo. Drag racing was originally meant to be in GT2, but they cut it because of time constraints. That's why there's 3 drag cars in the game that you can't bloody drive, even though there was a drag strip supposedly in the code somewhere, but they never used it and they never finished it. And Ferrari was meant to be in GT2, as well as Lamborghini. But I think you guys probably already knew that one too as well. Another fact about GT2, the Chrysler Phaeton is the only game it ever appeared in. Ever. Every video game ever made, the Chrysler Phaeton has only appeared in Gran Turismo 2. The Diablo from GT3 was licensed by the Japanese Lamborghini Owners Club, and it was the Nomad Diablo that made its appearance officially in GT5. Was meant to be in GT2 as well, but it was the Rain X one, I think it was. And the SDK McLaren. So what the funny thing is, Matt J is like one of the guys I watch regularly. He has a lot of trivia. What else? Well, okay, I'll recent it up a little bit. Gran Turismo 6, there is a car that you can't drive that is in the game and is modelled because it's on Bathurst in the museum. I can't remember which car it is. I think it's a Nissan of some description. But it's in like the museum just off the side of the track, and it's in the game, but you can't drive it. It's not a model in the game, but it's there. So, let me see if I can give you some interesting facts about a game that's not Gran Turismo, because I think I have a few interesting ones about them. If you play Spyro 3, there is a demo you can play of Crash Bash, and in that build of the demo is a dev build that if you enter a certain cheat code will give you access to the whole game. There's a fun fact for you! Completely different video game series. That's a fun. I know it's not Gran Turismo related, but there you go. You can play a full version of Crash Bash on the Spyro 3 disc because the dev build of Crash Bash was put as the demo on Spyro 3 on the PS1. Another interesting fact about Crash Bash is that the Black Label had a cheat code and they cut it from the Platinum release. Yeah. What else? So, funnily enough, I also happen to own a couple of demo discs for a couple of Gran Turismo games. You might already know this, but there was a song that was used in the Gran Turismo 3 demos that never appeared on the final game. Also, the menus on GT3 demo discs also used to have a flyby of track geography that was not included on the final game as well. What I might do is, if I can get away with... Once we've done this, I'll show you my career playthrough progress. And then I'll show you that demo disc, because I think it'll be worth sharing. I'm just hoping they don't have any licensed sounds. But I don't care. I think it's worth showing. But I also have a few demos of a couple of other games that I thought were quite interesting. So, did anyone play the roll cage games on the shit, what's the name? Masahiro Ando. Did he? That's interesting. Didn't know that. The guy who used to make the OPSM Euro demo. Oh, Jason Page. Okay. I was gonna say Masahiro Ando did the Japanese GT1, but I didn't realise it was the. But I'll load up a couple of demo discs to finish off the stream. Maybe. We'll also do the AI hot lap of Complex Spring, and if you want to see a certain car in particular, unless there's like a massive outcry for it. If you want to see a certain car, if you want to, you don't have to, but a tiny donation if you want to say what car you want to see go around the complex string driven by an AI, as long as it's rear-wheel drive, because pathfinding on four-wheel drive and front-wheel drive cars is atrocious. I could show you that. Mr. Bass saw it on my last stream, but the AI pathfinding on complex string and anything that's not rear-wheel drive is comical. Like, legitimately comical. They're not even trying to make the corner, they're just plowing into these blue tile balls. It's great. We're gonna go for the driftiest lap of Special Stage Route 11. Wall-wide strat OP. My car's actually pulling in a direction. Oh yeah, I know, but that's every game, even Forza. Forza Motorsport has the same issue. Oh god! I've got no rear grip, can you tell? I've got no rear grip, look at this shit. Like, look at this shit. Like, whee! Ah! Rear tyre. Bono, my tyres are gone! Can I make that reference now? Ah! Brother, really? They call this dude DK. Do you know what DK stands for? Donkey Kong Drift King. Bang. Can't lie, it's just so bad. That's how the road is though. Like, I had a couple of teammates this year go to, oh fucking hell. I'm gonna let the AI try and drive this. I can't. I clearly can't. Oh my god, the AI is even worse than I am. Yeah, there was a bug in GT4 I remember. If you drove the Formula Gran Turismo or a car fast enough, it would go over a bump and then suddenly turn really aggressively to the left and just keep driving against the wall. Do about 50 miles an hour and then just drive like nothing happened. I never understood that as a kid. I never understood why it would do that. If I hit the handbrake, where's the finish line? There. That's hilarious. That is actually hilarious. We're not even doing 10 kilometers an hour. God, the turbo lag in this car is fucking abysmal. We got killed by an Altezza, how do you feel? It's still losing speed, and it was going downhill for a moment. God, this is like a Sunday drive in the middle of the city, this is. Right, we got the last race of this championship coming up, and then I can show you our garage playthrough, because God is it pain. And then, if I've got it here somewhere, it's in one of this pile here. I'll have to pull out the disc and we'll load it. Oh, fuck! I didn't oh. That wouldn't surprise me, considering how busted GT1 actually is. I didn't realise we were doing this. Please move, thanks. Right, my thumb is now really sore from that driving. Okay, I'll drive for a little bit while it terribly navigates Monte Carlo. Good luck, tyres. So yeah, there's loads of interesting game facts I can tell you. What else did I tell you? Oh. What else did I tell you? Oh, here's one for you. Fuji Speedway was originally meant to be in Grid 2008, but never made it into the game. They cut it. I don't know why. I can tell you a lot about Grid 08 actually, because I've been modding it through database editor, and there's some really interesting files and shit in there that I can tell you about, like genuinely. There was meant to be a V8 DLC that never ever came to fruition, which is why Bathurst ended up being in the Prestige pack on the PS3 and the PC release of the game. But the 360 never got it. They never got the Prestige pack. But that's why Bathurst was in the game added as DLC. There was meant to be a V8 DLC, but they never actually added it into the game. Of course they didn't. It got a mention on IGN as well. You could look up you can Google the Grid 2008 V8 Supercar DLC, and there was an article by IGN about it, and it never came to fruition. But yeah, there's all sorts of interesting facts. But my favourite thing is, because I have worked in the games industry before, and one of my favourite things is seeing games broken down, like how they work. It's fascinating to me. I love that sort of shit, which is why I wanted to get into games in the first place. But like, there's genuinely just something about it. I just like seeing pre-developed stuff, because it's not really stuff you're meant to see, and it shows like very slight changes between a game being finalized and launched versus how it was in development, which I think is really cool, especially with older games. It wouldn't surprise me. It would not surprise me. I mean, to be fair, most of my time on GT4 now is just spent playing with like a cheat disc, obviously, because I completed it legitimate a couple of times, but it takes too long to do, 100%. So I just play around with the cheat disc, and one of my favourite things to do is making the Daimler Motorwagen go like 3 billion, like 1,400 miles an hour, and you just see the gear ratios trying to slow the car down, and it just can't. It's genuinely hilarious. Like, if you keep the car in neutral and don't kick it into a gear and use the accelerator, you can get as much speed as you want. Monaco paint. Do you know what? I'm gonna say something about this game that might be considered a bit of a hot take, but I explained to Bass, he already knows this, but for those who haven't, the license test for the GT1 round this track is one of the easiest in the game. Would highly recommend double fine. Zooming through these laps so easily. I know, it's great. This car is genuine. Like, it's done 500 kilometers. This car's done 500 kilometers in like 2 hours. It's crazy. They also made this lap race like 5 laps longer because they're dickheads that they knew exactly. So now I have to pit more times. Sweating. But yeah, there are a couple of documentaries like that that I'm super interested in. But what I'll do, like even GT3, the demo disc that I have, the PlayStation, the official PS2 magazine demo, I have GT3. That had a lot of changes that never made it into the final game, including a song that never made it, a feature that never made it. Have a good night, Mark. Take it easy, dude. A feature that never made it, a song that never made it. Enter USC S8 is where you do the pals, but yeah. It's not even that. Like, you just leave it in third, fourth, fifth, and that's it. You don't need any other gears, you just leave it in manual. But obviously, this is the PAL version, so what do I know? But it's also because of the frame rate difference. I'm pretty sure there was a frame rate difference between the US and the PAL version. Not much, but a slight one. And feels like they made the GT1 really front heavy. Like the car runs steers, but the funny thing is that it chews through its tyres quite easily. It really does chew through its tyres quite easily. And if you are wondering, yes, I did do the wheelie glitch on like the wind with the Escudo to win the 787B. And that's kind of how I won it. Can't lie, because the event itself was really easy. Never forget the Viper doing 410 kilometers an hour though. That was hilarious. Like that road car was outrunning the GT1, it just couldn't outurn. That's the only reason it fell back. And it was also really shit on the tyres. So there's a lot that they did with this game. I also mentioned, by the way, the professional league, by the way. Real interesting differences between that, amateur and beginner. So in endurance and professional, there's no rubber banding. But in beginner and amateur, there is rubber banding. But in professional, the AI are running a 0.5 times power, well, 1.5 times power multiplier. In amateur, they're running a 1.25 times power multiplier, and in amateur, they're running default. Which is why, if you wonder why some of the cars were so quick, that's why. They're running nearly like another half their stock horsepower on top of the base car. So, you know how we were taking the piss out of that Spoon S2000? Not S2000, the Civic on last stream, and we were taking the piss out of how light it was. 300 horsepower in that thing is bullshit. I wonder if it's the TT Cup. So I remember the TT Cup being like that. Like Deep Forest, they just got stupidly quicker. And I ended up having to redo an entire part because of that on stream. GT World Championship All Stars. I had it in the TT Cup. Tourist Trophy. Or as I like to call it, the Tiddy. The Audi Tiddy. That was pretty fun. That S2K has ran away from the rest of the field. I don't like it. So, did anyone ever play the Roll Cage games on PS1? Like Roll Cage or Roll Cage Stage 2? Because they made a sequel called Firebox on PS1. It only ever released in the UK, I'm pretty sure. I have a copy. They modelled 2 of the characters after a music artist that appeared in the game. And they had a song in the demo that never made it to the final game as well, which is pretty cool. I would play them, but what, Firebox? Oh, Grip. Yeah, Grip's good. I have Grip. I have a copy on the shelf. I've got Grip, I've got Firebox, I've got Stage 2. What band's that? Bomb Funk MCs. They were famous for freestyle in 1999 and 2000. The Bomb Funk MCs had 2 of their songs appear in Firebugs, and they modelled 2 of the characters after them. Rock and Microphone, yeah, you know the one. funny enough, the guy that is the lead rapper, the other guy's the DJ, is wearing like a white. He's DJ, but the guy that actually raps in the song is actually from England, but he speaks. He's Finnish, but he was born in England. He was born in London at Raymond Evans. I have a couple of their albums actually. I actually have a couple of their albums. I'm really into that shit. But yeah, Firebugs was a treat. But they modelled 2 characters on the eyes, which is pretty cool. And they even used one of his old names at the time as well, which is pretty cool. It also appears in Steep by Ubisoft. It is in Steep by Ubisoft as well. It appears in that. It is one of the songs that you can get when you're doing a freestyler event. So yeah, it's a very famous. It's a very well-known song. But they never had a big hit after that. The closest thing was Something Going On, I think, was the closest thing they had to a hit after. But the songs that appeared in Firebugs were Put Your Hands Up and We Are Atomic. But the song Super Electric appeared in the Firebugs demo that they gave out by McDonald's this back in the day. But that appeared in there, but it never made it to the final game. It appears in the demo, it's the only song on there. But it's sick! Also, some of the vehicle designs were a bit cooler on the demo, and some of the like visual effects and stuff were really good. I played Firebugs on stream not too long ago after a bit of Gran Turismo 1 and Gran Turismo 2. I think it was. Was it Gran Turismo 2? No, but I think it was. But yeah, it's appeared in a few games. It's not a terrible song actually. By the way, I know you guys have all jumped in from the Baz raid, but if you haven't followed already, drop a follow. I stream 4 times a week. Stream 4 times a week on Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, and Sundays, and I tend to variate a little bit most of the time. But this is our main playthrough right now, and then after this, it'll probably be Most Wanted to go 5, which will be a trip in itself. So it should all be good. I'm pretty sure. Riders Republic look interesting, but obviously they're both made by Ubisoft and the Sea, which is like right by the Alps. But yes, they're very interesting games. They're very different. Like if you like extreme sports, it's supposed to SSX, but more realistic, I guess would be the best way to put it. Quite interesting game. I've not played Riders Republic, but I do own Steam. The only reason I ended up picking up Steam actually, I did a closed beta for it when the game was coming out, and that's when I picked it up. So I'll have to try and I might stream it at some point, but again I don't want to get copyright from Oblivion because they always license the soundtrack. So yeah, it's all pretty decent actually. I have a couple of games I think we could do interesting bit on. I think there's a couple of games that we could stream together at some point. I've been meaning to get myself a PlayStation TV, but I don't actually have like a PSP or Vita I can play it on. So it's worth a shot, but we do get them in work occasionally. They're like 50 quid. It's so expensive. What else is there? So what I'll do is after this, I'll show you my car list. We'll do the complex string hot lap challenge with an AI. I don't know what car I'm going to give it yet. We did try the F1 car and it did a wheelie around the track. It was hilarious. Yeah, I'll do the hot lap challenge and I'll put in the demo disc of GT3 because that's a trick in itself. You have to restart the console to get out of it. Like once you load that demo up, you can't actually get out of it. It's quite funny. And there's a couple of demos actually on my demo disc that also say you can't quit, you have to restart the console. But I can only play PS1 stuff on my PS3 right now, but I'm hoping with a bit of luck to get the PS2 compatible PS3. What's my favourite car in this game? Oh, it's one of three. It's 100% one of three. It's either the Raybrig NSX, the Mine Skyline R34, or the XJ220 LM. It's one of them three. And I think it was just because of like the elusiveness of those cars. The elusiveness of those cars is why I like them so much, I think. At least in this game. Didn't really care for them in any other game because they were pretty commonplace, but in this game you can only win the Raybrig through one championship. The XJ220 GT LM, whatever you want to call it, can only be won through one championship in this game. And the Skyline, you can only win through a couple of championships in this game, but they're all like championships. It looks great as well. Like the Raybrig NSX is a great looking car. Oh my god. Because of the heat. Okay, it's pretty sweaty. I have got two of those cars. I do not have the Skyline. I do not have the Mine Skyline. I need to try and win it on another save so I can transfer it over to this one. Because that would be nice. I'd like to transfer it over. Ironically though, we don't have any Vauxhall equivalents of the Opel cars, which I also have. Now I know what you're thinking. How do you have Opel on the UK version of the game when you can only have Vauxhall as the dealership? I've got methods. Oh, I'm joking. There is a legitimate way you can do it, no cheat code involved. You just need 2 memory cards. That's it. It only works on the PAL version too because Japan and USA never got Vauxhall. But you can do it on the PAL version. It's actually really easy. You just have to unlock the cars to do it in the first place. But the Opel cars actually look better than the Vauxhall equivalents in my opinion. So, but I guess that's just because Kid Me finds Vauxhall commonplace and Opel not so much. I'll show you how, but it's easy enough. But basically, you set your language in one version of the memory card to either French, Italian, German, or Spanish. That gives you the Opel dealership because they don't have Vauxhall open. And you have to unlock the 3 cars to get the cars to be ready to be tradable into your garage on the UK version. And obviously, you can do it vice versa. If you have a game. Oh, you're from Ireland. Oh, okay. Because of, yeah, the thing is though, over in Ireland they're sold as Opels, aren't they? But over here in the UK they're Vauxhall because of course they are. Because I don't know why we don't just call them Opel. But we do get Opels over here as well. We get Vauxhall and Opel, but you'll commonly find a Vauxhall more than an Opel. But if you're on, basically, if you set one language on a memory card to like French, German, Vauxhall. Oh yeah, the Vauxhall logo's cooler, but as a Brit, I find the Opel cars more elusive. Just me. But basically, as I was saying, you set your first language memory card to either Spanish, Italian, French, or German. Unlock the 3 cars, which is pretty easy to do. And then have a second memory card with your UK save on it, or English save. And then buy the cars from the other memory card on your UK save. You can buy them over, and then you just unlock the Vauxhall equivalents on the UK version, and then boom, you've got all 6 of those cars with 3 different formats. What's also really interesting, by the way, in the UK version as well, the DTM Championship, it is possible to have the Opel cars spawn as opponents, but in any other language, you can't have the Vauxhall car spawn, you can only have the Opel version spawn. But in the UK, you can have both Opal and Vauxhall spawn in, which is really interesting. It's a small oversight, but it's cool. They're modded as well, like it's because it's on the same disc. Really cool little tidbit there. Funny enough, I've unlocked none of the Vauxhall equivalents on this playthrough. I've only got the Opal versions because I've traded them over from a different save that I have got. Remind me how you can get over 100% GT2 PAL if you change from English to another language. That's true. I hadn't thought about that because I know obviously they cut some stuff and it was like 90% you can never do. But if you do the Opal versions, you get 100%. So maybe that's the secret. Maybe that's the secret sauce that they never include. It's a thought. It's 100% a possibility. By the way, if you want to, it sounds that like I'm playing this on the PS2, so I'm not even like robbing it. I'm full on CD. I've got 2 copies of the game, just in case. But I have an American copy in my collection, but I don't have an American PS2 to play it on because the American version arguably is the best version of the game to play because you get more F1 cars that are all different and it has a better soundtrack. It has Motley Crue in it, for fuck's sake. Snoop Dogg, Motley Crue, Judas Priest. We never got that in this version. And you still get all the Daiki Casho meme songs. Looking at you, Mirage. And yes, we do have a yellow Evo 5. We bought it on stream for the raid that Mr. Bass did on Tuesday. We bought it at near the end of the stream. So yeah, I'll have to try that one actually for GT2. I've never actually got 100% on it before, but I'll have to give it a go. Never forget that cheaty 40. I call it the cheaty 40 instead of the GT 40 because it's a fucking cheat in that historic car club. Don't get me started on that damn race. Ugh! I think I do. I also remember the Train 2B being a very elusive car in GT2. The Subaru Train 2B you couldn't get unless you got from a used car dealership. When it was there, you should buy more than one. I recommend actually. Buy 3 if you can. You know, for all the racing modifications that come. Molded by it, raised by it. Yeah, it was a time. So my order of Gran Turismo, by the way, went GT3, GT4, GT1, GT5, GT2, GT6, Sport 7. That's how my education of Gran Turismo went. Pretty much. That being said, I own the most expensive version of Gran Turismo 5. I own every version of Gran Turismo 5. Academy Edition, the Signature Edition, the Collector's Edition, and the base version, and Pro. Free plat. Damn the nerd flex. What else? I also own GT 2002 Concept Edition, well, GT Concept 2002. Which is how I got the 11 million, if you're wondering. That's how I've got so much money on this game. Sorry, Americans, you never got that luxury. Deal with it. I also have a copy of Tourist Trophy, which I got sealed for a birthday gift a few years, quite a long, about 10 years ago. I got a sealed Tourist Trophy as a gift. Wait, what? Oh dear. But like, we all know what the AI is doing. I'll show you because I've done it a couple times on stream before. Oh, where is it? I have all my GTs together. On PS2. Oh god, here they are. I've got them all in one package, in one go. So here's my oh, here's my 2 copies of GT3, one of which I got gifted. Like I said, I have an American copy. I suppose I should grab that in a minute. There's my copy of 2002 Tokyo Geneva. I remember ordering this, and they dropped a note in it, and I can't remember what it said. It was something like, it's got the manual as well. Even got the original sticker on it as well with the from when it was new. It came with a copy of LA Rush, I remember, and they were just like, oh, I think actually, I can't remember. Was this the original case? No, it wasn't this one. Sorry, it was this. So this didn't come in the original case, but I think it looks a lot cooler for it, personally. But I have GT4 Prologue. Ah, there it is. Ah! It's got the making of DVD, which I've never watched. I'll have to at some point. Yeah. We've replaced the case with a brand new one, but we have no further manual. I didn't care too much about the condition of the manual, but the making of disc is there, which is the main thing. They gave me a copy of LA Rush as well, which I already had, but it's good enough. My GT4 has definitely seen better days. The case is a bit scuffed in places. It's not great. Still got the original manual, which is well used. Let's say it's a bit creased in places. My disc has also definitely seen a lot better days. Like, it's not terrible, but like it's got scratches from where it's been used. And Taurus Trophy, which is the one I got brand new. Do you want me to tell you how new this is? It's even still got the original Honda CBR Fireblade competition slip, unused. And yes, the manual is mint. Like, the manual, I don't think I've ever taken out the box. It's pristine. I need to put this back now. Like I said, I have a lot of GT merch. I am so fucking sad. Let me grab my GT5 shit. No, where is it? Oh yeah, I forgot my signature edition's up here. Oh, I bought this brand new as well. I bought this brand new. It is bloody heavy because it's like heavy. It's fully complete. The DLC code has been used, but I've got that DLC permanently on my PlayStation now, so that's always good. It is a bloody heavy monster. It has the case finished in Mercedes Obsidian Black. You can win a real SLS. I think that competition's kind of come and gone though. It has a wallet, GT5, a 200-page driver's guide, an art book, a 143 scale model of the SLS with a polyphony design livery, the key ring, and USB key, which has digital content. I've never looked at that. 11 cars featuring the enhanced performance and livery, which is like the chrome line and the stealth models, and a special dynamic theme. That's the back of it. It weighs at least 3 kilo, like at least 5 kilo. It is a chonky boy. It is an unbelievably chonky boy. And that's one of 5 different Gran Turismo 5 games I have. Because I've got the Collector's Academy, the base, and this one, and Prologue. So I've got 5 different versions of GT5. Because I have problems, okay? I have serious problems. This is way too heavy. I need to put this back, otherwise I'm going to fall off my sofa. God. Oh, but that's a little bit of what I own at the minute. You'll be happy to know, by the way. We've done it! We finished. 28 minutes, 52 seconds. Thanks, AI. You slow-ass motherfucker. Right. Let's see, what prize car are we gonna get? Place your bets now. Place your bets right fucking now. What prize car are we going to get? You've got the Toyota GT1 road car, the Panos Escalante GTR1, the Polyphony 001, or the FTO LM race car. Place your bets, what car are we getting? Because I can guarantee you it's gonna be one of them. Can you imagine the scenes if it's the 001 though? Like, seriously? Oh, I forgot. Yeah. That's what replays look like. That's what replays look like after you've let the AI drive. You just don't do anything because there's no human input. Move on to next session. Right, here we go. Shall I be a cunt? Shall I hide it and then let you guess? Nah, I can't do that. Right, here we go. The moment of truth. What has 2 hours worth of driving won me? Oh my god! No way! Both F1 cars in a single stream. What the fuck? What the hell is that lot? The F1 car too. The correct one. The good one. Oh, we won. Oh, 75% achieved. So that means we get the 787B, which I already have. Thanks, game. Appreciate it. Right. Obviously, we're gonna have to do right. First things first. Change the oil in this because this car needs a fresh oil change after all that time. Completely fucked. The oil was brown. That's disgusting. Right. My home. And would you look at it? There she is. In all of its glory. Naturally aspirated V10. Give it an oil change. So it makes the full shebang horsepower. Because that's all you can do to it. You can't change anything on the car. So this has 829 horsepower. This has 820. This is also done exactly to the exact kilometer, 560 Ks. That's mad. Here's the Polyphony 001, as we've just unlocked. And here's our 787B, which we've also had for a while. But unfortunately, we won the 787B here. Which has done a considerable amount more kilometers. It's been our workhorse for this playthrough, I can't lie. This car's been instrumental in the reason why we can actually do half the shit we actually ended up doing. And there's me when I won the Pikes Peak. It's done 410 Ks. There's the pink Yaris, which we went to go and win the Altezza. Because of course we did. And there's the blue Yaris that we also won from doing a Yaris Cup. Looks a bit different. Completely stock though, unlike that one. There's our Mini Cooper that we won from the K-Car Cup. So we basically if you can't tell, I basically started pretty basically. I went and got the Torino, I did the licenses, and then I was like, we're going to start doing the rally events. And then there's the Citroen that we went to go and win the Spoon Civic with. We went and started doing that, and then you can just see this sudden increase of rally cars from where I just started smashing it out to get the Pikes Peak. And then we did that. Then we went and did the Time Attack challenges in arcade mode to get the GTR1, which is sponsored by a track that's not in the game, which is Road Atlanta. That's what the green and yellow sponsor is on the front. It's not in the game, but it's sponsored on the car. Then we went and won the exclusively coloured Skyline Spec 2. There's the TSO20, which has also done its fair share of kilometers for us, but it's not been as useful as the 787B due to its shitty tyre wear. Here's all the Opals on the UK version of the game, as you can tell, because it's all in English. There's the Opal, and also the car names are abbreviated differently. Like the Opal Astra logo is all in lowercase, right? But let's go to the Vauxhall dealer for a second. Why is it all caps here? Why is it all caps here but lowercase on the Opal? Give me some consistency, game. The amount of times you would listen to this song looking at all the cars you could never afford as a kid. That's what this menu is to me. And there's the Vauxhall Calibra. Special, I know. And then back to my home so I can show you the rest. We've run a fair few. There's the Ray Brig. It's done 14 kilometers. Shot. There's the Lupo. We won the Lupo. It's an adorable little car. Cool little car, actually. Really hard to get in this game. You can only win it one way. We've got a 400R in yellow. Not my favourite colour. I prefer the silver, personally. There's the XT220, even though we haven't done the GT World Championship, but I'll explain that later. There's the RX-7 LM, which we also have in the correct colour. The silver one looks pretty decent in my opinion. And this is our playthrough so far, pretty much. It's just pretty sub-average, I can't lie. It's a pretty sub-average playthrough. And yes, as you probably would have guessed by now, I went and did all the golds, including that. Don't get me started. And these. And these. And these. And these. And of course, for good measure, these as well. I had nothing better to do in my life, okay? It's fine. It's fine. Everything's fine. Right, let's go take a car around the complex string, and then I'll load up that demo disc for you guys. I don't know what car we're gonna take. It's gotta be rear wheel drive though. That's the only requirement. Doesn't have to be FR or MR or anything, and just has to be rear wheel drive. Shall we take the Zonda? I think it will go and destroy the current JGTC cars we've taken. Or shall we make it interesting? Shall we give it to the Astra, which is basically considered the same as the basically JGTC spec at the time, or at least it is now. Don't know about then. Or the Storm, because everyone knows how shit this thing is. Right, running settings, complex string. Again, I won't be driving. I'm going to be leaving it to the AI to do the driving on this one. So as you can see, we've got 2 lap times. There you go, by the way, Mr. Bass. The Castrol beat the Ray Brig by 4 temps, give or take. That was all there was in it. I knew I mentioned it. I'll show you Thursday if you're still here. But the Castrol beat the Ray Brig by 4 temps. Sacrilege? Probably. Can I do anything about it? Not really. Did a 5-minute 6. So let's see what the Lister Storm can do. Probably not going to be as good. Because I remember the Lister not being a very good car. The Lister was always one of them deceptively slow cars. Like, you thought it would be flying, and then you drive it, and it just didn't. It just never went quickly. It was good in a straight line, but that's all it was. It was atrocious. Hasn't even hit 6th gear. Oh, there we go. Why is it has to hit the brakes? As you can tell, the AI is driving it. The AI is just very, very conservative in rear-wheel drive cars like this track, but it always drives this track exactly the same way. any other situation. God, it cannot do this section, can it? God, this car's horrendous. The fact that the lister just got so unhappy about that. I have a feeling the JGTC cars are going to destroy this, but I think it'll be interesting. It's carrying more speed than like the medium speed before. It just can't do changes correctly. So it's going to love this section of track, can't it? But that's okay. Run a bit wide onto the grass. As you will. It's taking it 1 minute and 20 seconds to get to this point of the track. Nice exit. Let's see what it can do as it goes up into the left-hander here. It goes a bit uphill to make it a bit trickier. Goes into a braking zone very early on the brake, but it gets around the corner fine. Look at that speed consistency though. And smashes on the brakes. Look how rudimentary the AI is. You could tell they only ever did this AI programming, like the roof in the time attack, because that's the only time an AI drives the circuit. Which is why the FF and the four-wheel drive cars can't drive it, because it was only ever programmed with a rear-wheel drive car in mind. That's why the ASM's on, but on the other two it's not. The game legitimately doesn't know how to handle the front-wheel drive, four-wheel drive cars on the track. It just cuts the wall, usually. But if you ever wanted to know what the perfect racing line around this track looks like, now you know. Courtesy of a shitty list of Storm that can't actually do the tracking. Very consistent speed though, you have to. Like that consistency is actually legitimately insane. Let's see how it handles the hills, because I know the F1 car beats it. It pulls on the straights though, just can't do the corners. It's not looking good for the list. Can't lie. By the way, there's no pit programming here either. There's no pit lane programming for this track, which I thought was interesting. But imagine like an endurance race around here. Can you imagine it? What a missed opportunity. I'm sad they didn't use this track more, honestly. It's a good track. It's a bit bland in places, I admit. It's a bit long, but it's a fun track to ride. It's just interesting. You can tell they didn't really put too much time into it either because of all the lack of geometry around the track. Obviously you've got all these high walls to hide the other parts of the track and stuff. But like that's about it. There's nothing really in terms of like trees. Well, there's trees, but not really like like poles. There's only a few poles on the track that denote lighting or speakers or something like that. I don't know, reprint reused assets. Is it going to beat the JGTC cars? I don't think so. Will it be close? Potentially. I don't think it'll be as far off as people think it might be. It's just the last one in the end. And then floor it down straight, go on. Go on my son. Use that 600 and some horsepower. It's actually surprisingly close. It's slower than the JGTC car by a good margin. But it's surprisingly close. Will it be able to do that chicane, that twisty bit again? See how the goes and plows it. Obviously I'm not trying. If it can do the track better, I think it might be a bit closer, but I don't think car cruise. Yeah, it can't. Oh, it's done it a bit better. It's done it a bit better. Is it much quicker though? Or? Guess we're about to find out when it goes through the first timing line, which is just after this point. Yeah. It looked like it did a better time that time than the first time. Okay, maybe not much better. So, what name shall we give this person? K. Oh, fudge it. We'll give him an Italian driver. K. Politano. That's what we're going for. That was a lot closer than I thought it might be, but it's still not great, is it? You got beat by cars with 200 less horsepower, but also way less. I'm not surprised, but like. Interesting. Oh, if you want to hear the other two records were set by the way, we had P. Ellis and C. Yasuda. But remember, we can only have a top 12, so maybe next time we'll send the if they are at least, we'll send the if we can find one Toyota Supra around. I want to see how it compares. Ironically, the car names here about Raybrig NSX and Castrol Mugen NSX are written in the very same way that they would be in Super GT, which would be Raybrig NSX and Mugen NSX or whatever, which I thought was quite cute. But yeah, I really wish they did more with this track. It's such a missed opportunity. Such a missed opportunity with this track. Obviously, we could have them hot lap some of the easier courses where the other cars would be fine, but they can't drive midfield, Laguna, and Apricot Hill consistently. Which is a shame, really. But as you can see, we're at 75.5%. We have a total car value of 42 million, which is pretty good going. Right, it is now midnight. I realise I've gone over a bit more than I thought I did. But, again, Mr. Bass and everyone who joined, thank you so much for joining this stream. It's been incredibly humbling to have you guys here and sit and listen to me ramble. And we won both F1 cars! Who would have fucking thought? That is probably one of the peakest stream moments I've had beyond platinuming Stormy Ascent, which nothing I don't think will get close to that for a while. When will GT3 be back? Well, like I said, Sunday probably not it, because we will be doing XOR, which is taking my time, unfortunately, on Sundays. Monday, we're most likely to pick up GT3 again, if I don't want to pick something else in the meantime. But yeah, we will come back to this. We are nearly done. We are nearly done. We've only got a few championships and a few races left. We will probably tackle the Mistral 78 laps in the F1 cars that we have very generously won in the near future, which just leaves the 2 hours of Rome left in the Endurance, which we'll do on another part. And then some of the championships left over, like the JGTC and shit, we will have to do. Obviously, the championships do get quite long, so we should be looking roughly maybe part 40 if everything goes to plan. So 40 part series, which is 13 more than Mass Effect, which I never thought I'd be saying. But obviously, GT can have a habit of not pulling as many viewers, or at least can be cut short due to a not necessarily a lack of viewers, but I have to keep in mind I have to try and keep myself going with this, because like I said, I do very well with bouncing off people and talking to you guys. That's what makes me keep going on streams. If I don't have much to happen on stream, I tend to stop after an hour. So, but this has been really working well so far. And again, for the bus 69420, Chaz Dub, Jomor 1, Stingray Amy, Pikila, MX Bass again with the raid, Owls Nation with the 200 bits, and Stefunzi 2 days ago for the follows. Guys, incredible support. Thank you so much. It really means a lot. And you guys, why I keep going. You guys are 100% why I keep going. Right, I'm going to go hit the bed. Otherwise, I'm not going to get up for work in the morning, and I need to because that pays my bills. Thank you so much, guys, for joining. I hope you enjoyed it as much as I did, and we had some fun moments together and meme together and shared some fun facts that were definitely fun. Yeah. Cheers, guys. Thank you so much, and I'll see you on the next one. Hopefully Monday, if not Tuesday. Peace.